Good morning. Thank you so much for coming. Very happy to be here. And my name's Amy Miller, for those of you I haven't met yet. And I just didn't know, do you start with some prayers this morning?
Yes, usually. Okay. So in the Gold Prayer Book, turn to page 183. It's probably one of the first pages in the white binder under Kadampa Center prayers, and we'll chant the Shakyamuni Buddhist mantra. It's between two lines in the Gold Prayer Book.
And what time is the children stay the whole time?
No, just during the prayers.
Oh, because I just want to have a little talk with the kids before they leave.
Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah. Okay, so I thought, okay, I don't want to lose them too quickly. So is that okay? Yeah. Okay.
Taya ta mune mune ma mune soha. Taya ta mune mune ma mune soha. Tayata mune mune mahamunaye soha. Now turn to page 34 in the Gold Prayer Book, and we'll read the four immeasurables in English one time. May all sentient beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all sentient beings be inseparable from the happiness that is free from suffering. May all sentient beings abide in equanimity, free from attachment for friends and hatred for enemies. Now turn the page to 37.
So can I interrupt for a second? Sorry. So the four immeasurable prayers we just recited, it's really important when you do the prayers to think about what you're saying. So what happens is it becomes rote, meaning you just start saying and you don't have any thought. So these prayers, like you can be driving and you're in traffic and you're starting to get irritated with somebody driving, or, may all sentient beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. Right? You send that out there. You're frustrated. May all beings be free of suffering. You read the news one day, and the news has so many unpleasant things in it. People say, "What can I do?" It's overwhelming. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. Really give it some meaning in here, like that. The other thing is, maybe I mentioned this before. Did any of you guys see Star Wars films? Yeah. Or too young? No, you saw. Okay. So, the Return of the Jedi. Are you all becoming Jedi Knights? Right? You're not? Jedi Knights are about bringing all the light inside of you. Right? Becoming a bodhisattva is like becoming a Jedi Knight. Okay? So, I don't know, Return of the Jedi, am I speaking anybody's language here or no? Okay. Sorry. I don't know. They said they remastered it and reformatted it digitally, and this might be left out now, but I'm not sure. But the original one I saw, at the end, the Ewoks that are going through this computer-generated redwood forest, right? Right? Well, they're chanting. Remember the Ewoks? Anybody remember? Yes. This is an old movie, really old movie, I know that, right? They're chanting the four immeasurables in Tibetan, clear as day. I mean, you can hear, in the original, it's clear as day. So if you're a big, famous filmmaker, you can put Dharma in your movie and it goes out to a massive audience and plants a seed. Okay? Who knows? It's very interesting. So the four measurables, so I just wanted to mention that. Okay? It will never be the same for you again.
Okay, on the bottom of page 37, let's chant Chenrezig's mantra 8 times and then Green Tara's mantra 7 times, keeping in mind the people on the prayer list that I read earlier. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om
Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.
Om Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 Om Tare Tu Re Soha.
So, Om Tare Tu Re Soha. So, when you are having, any of you, having issues in your life, some obstacles appear to finding the right house, paying your mortgage, finding an apartment, you're in traffic, you're on a plane with turbulence, right? Looking for parking space in Manhattan, okay? Maybe that's not. But you know, you want to share somebody's toy and they don't want to share it with you, right? Did that ever happen?
Yeah.
Okay? So what do you do? How does that feel?
Well, yeah.
It doesn't feel really good.
Yeah, but somebody didn't actually want to share a toy with me. I wanted her to share, and she refused to share a water balloon.
And she wouldn't share a water balloon. So what happens is we sometimes get a little upset in here, right?
Yeah.
And this gets really small. This is the mantra. So instead of getting angry and then wanting to hit, and wanting to take my toy, and shutting down, closing up, getting depressed, getting anxious, freaking out, right? Om Tare Tu Re Soham. Just turn it into that. Familiarize your mind with that. Okay? She's there. You know, when I'm on a plane and the plane gets really bumpy, does that ever happen to anybody? Yeah. You're on a plane and you know, you see people around you kind of like, you know. So there's 21 versions of Tara. We have, yeah, here they are. Here's all the power babes, okay? So really, right? Here she is. She's beautiful green goddess, emerald jewel goddess. So plane gets really turbulent. I got 21 Taras holding the plane up. You know, they're like, we got you, girl. Okay? So it's like you can just bring these things into when you're suffering, something's difficult for you. These mantras are very helpful. The energy's there. These beings, I think, come kind of when you call them, like that. So, are you having a good day today or an other kind of day?
Yes.
It's a good day. It's a good day? So, when you have a good day, and in fact, when you have another day, we can all kind of do this little quick exercise. And I'm looking for one of my, because I don't know a lot of you, but there's one kid that I do know from here, and I was looking for him. Otavia? Is he? He's not here. Okay, one of my favorite kids. I was hoping to see him. What you can do, and I just thought we'd do a little exercise, is I want you to just close your eyes for a moment. And I want you to visualize at your heart center, so not really the heart, the organ, but in the center of your core, I want you to visualize a flower. You can choose any flower that you like. And all of your loving kindness, all the kindness you practice through the day, is like watering the flower and shining sun on the flower and feeding and nourishing the flower. So the flower can grow and blossom and have a delicious scent if it does, to spread around like that and to help people. Because many flowers are helpful. So in our kindness through the day, we want to try to keep the flower open and growing and healthy as much as possible. And sometimes we notice that our flower has wilted due to stress and not sharing toys and not getting what we want and pain and losing something and losing someone. So we can always kind of come back in contact with that flower like a little jewel in our heart, and just think about how we're nourishing the flower and keeping it open. And thinking about what kind of flower are you showing to others throughout the day. So just relax and open your eyes. What kind of flower did you have?
A white one.
A white one. Very nice.
Pink one.
You had a pink one. What kind of flower did you have? A purple one. Did you have any specific kind of flower?
Sunflower.
A sunflower.
I had a violet.
A violet.
Oh, I had
What was your flower?
a yellow one.
A lello one. Wonderful. I also had a lello one as well. And
I had a tulip.
a calla lily. Very nice. A tulip. A tulip. Very nice. Any roses out there? Very nice. Any lilacs? Because I just came back from Vermont, and there are walls of lilacs up there now. One of my favorites. What did you have?
Sunflower.
A sunflower. Very nice. So can you work on keeping your flowers open and happy and growing and nourished?
Yeah.
And what happens when you get mad at mom or dad? What happens to your flower?
They go away.
They go away. That's so sad.
And I was not thinking of the real flowers.
So what you want to do, this is what you want to do. When mom or dad tell you something that makes your flower go away, don't you want to go in there and try to find that flower again?
Yeah.
Instead of getting mad at mom or dad and not listening to them? What's kind of cool is go inside and figure out what made my flower go away. Because it's probably something inside yourself, and the flower's in there. So you want to try to keep that flower when mom or dad are talking and you don't like what they're saying, or a teacher says something. You want to try to keep that flower. You want to continue. The practice is to keep that flower as open and spacious and healthy as much as possible. You think you can do that?
Yes.
You try your best, okay? Try your best. So, does everybody love Kadampa Center?
Yes.
Yes, we do. Do you have any questions you want to ask?
You like the train going by?
You like the train? We all love trains. Trains are great, right? I'm happy to see some train men and women here. Right? My nephews had overalls. They were train men with their train hats. They love to ride the New York subway and the trains, and there it goes. It's pretty fun, isn't it? So are we at Kadampa Center? You know what we're doing? We're on the Dharma train. We are on the Dharma train here. And the Dharma train leads you to inner peace and happiness. Yay! Right on, okay? The Dharma train does that, and the Dharma train is about keeping the flower open. The flower's connected to the Dharma train, like that. So there it goes. And so that's a little bit kind of cool that Kadampa Center's next to a train that goes by sometimes. Isn't that cool? Not many Dharma centers are like that. Especially retreat centers. Right? So, do you guys have any questions you might want to ask? What's your question? I'm just asking, does anybody have any questions they might want to ask me? Yeah.
So, if you had, you would have to have happiness if you if you had to do something that you wouldn't want to, you will still need to have happiness, or else you'll get in trouble or something, and you do not want that, right?
Yeah, I mean, many times we don't want to do stuff, right?
Right? Yeah.
So if you're miserable about it, does that help anybody? Not really. So better to have a more positive attitude, right? Right? Yes.
What do get to go to the classes?
I think really whenever they like. Are you ready to go to your class? I don't know, was that a yes or a no? I can't really tell. No! Wait, we've got one last question.
No.
Right back there. What's your question? Do you have a question?
Well,
No, not yet. Okay. Maybe later. Or
no.
what's that? What would you like to ask?
Listen to your mom.
What did? Say that.
To your mom.
Listen to your mom.
If you're too busy playing, listen to your mom.
Okay, that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, see with me.
So, I know somebody's ready for the kids program. So, could we? Can we get a quick? Can I get a quick photo with the kids? Is that somebody? Can I put it on my website? No, the parent. No.
If as a parent you don't want your children's photo places, please let them.
Yeah, should I not do that?
No, it's okay. As long as their parents are all here. If their parents can
Okay. Is that okay?
Yes.
I would love that. But somebody kept telling me to please get pictures for the website, and I always forget. So I thought I'm trying to remember. Oh, do you want to do? Okay. Can you will email me the photos? Thank you. Can you guys squeeze in? I'll move my stuff. That's great. Here, squeeze in here. Here, you want to come? Oh, lovely. See everybody? Here, you want to stand here?
Come stand right here. Where's my mom and dad?
Sorry. Okay. Just tell us when. Are we set? I need to hold on to somebody.
Scoot over, little baby.
Say bodhicitta.
Wait, what? Say what now?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Well, that was really exciting. I do want to say I don't know if you're aware how incredibly fortunate you are to have this center. I teach all over the world, and the United States I think is one of the more challenging places I teach. Seriously. So, and I'm an American. I'm from this culture, and it is I would never want to honestly ever take for granted the freedom I have in this country based on my privilege. And so to find that the causes and conditions have come together here in this particular area to create, first of all, a center, to invite a great scholar to come from India like Geshe Gelik, highest level Geshe, PhD, and then to create a children's program with that many children really speaks a lot about all of you and the community and I just rejoice. Just please rejoice at the good fortune. We take a lot of these things for granted, when you're in it and it's happening and you're doing it. And if you go to some other centers, the level of disharmony and the problems and the challenges, and I could go on and on. So please rejoice, and please continue to create, to continue to grow the center and what you're doing. It's really, really beautiful. Because a lot of centers don't have kids, and most of the people are 50 years and older. So in 20 years, where's that center going to be? A lot of centers are struggling now because they can't seem to attract younger people. They don't have anybody that can really talk to teens or even people in their 20s. And they're different. They need something different. So it's brilliant that you can try to raise kids in the Dharma, and then they're going to revolt against you and they're going to become Catholic, right? We already know that. We already know that. That's okay. But, they still have this foundation. And I do have some friends that in California, when I was there, they raised their kids in the Dharma, and the kids are now running centers. The kids are now involved with the centers, and it's really beautiful. And that's, it's very, so I just really rejoice. And sorry to take away time from you guys, but I think it's important with the kids, and I love kids, and they're really quite sweet. So what I wanted to talk about now, and if we could just close our eyes for a moment, and again from the prayers, find that precious motivation in yourself that you have woken up right now to another day in this incredibly glorious life you have. Now, I don't know all of you, and we all have problems. I'm aware of that. But the fact that you got yourself into this room right now tells me that you have a pretty glorious situation. So take a moment to allow yourself to experience the succulence of that situation, the gratitude, and allow yourself on every inhale to breathe it into your very bones and all the way even down to a cellular level. Gratitude, appreciation. And that you created this for yourself. And it relates to your good qualities. And you have many good qualities. Even if you're not familiar with recognizing them. So from here, because we have this precious opportunity, take a moment to direct your awareness in a very positive way, to use this opportunity wisely throughout this entire day as much as you can, by directing all the energy of your body, speech, and mind towards something that moves you along a path to full enlightenment. Because as a Buddha, as a fully awakened being, you're unlimited in benefiting all others. So if that interests you, the idea to benefit all other beings, to help all other beings perfectly, unlimitedly, just fold that into your motivation and take a moment to set a good motivation for this time and all the activities of the rest of your day. And just bring your awareness to your breath. And please relax and slowly open your eyes. Christine. Hey! Wonderful. Woman I sat next to on the plane on Friday. Thank you so much for coming. Sometimes I'm on planes looking like this, and the person next to me will, you kind of, sometimes you say hi, and then, sometimes they'll ask me a question or one thing, and then they're like, okay. They're kind of like really like, like, I don't know, afraid sometimes. They're not sure what I am, really. I think it's, So Christine and I had a very nice, short, only an hour flight, so we had a nice connection. It was very great. So what I want to talk about this morning is, and I'm glad that the Pema Chödrön book is here in the bookstore. This is a chapter that I was reading a couple years ago on retreat that moved me, and it's a lot of the way I practice. And so the book, I'm going to get the title wrong, but I think it's called like Living Beautifully with Uncertainty and Change. One of her newer books. It came out a few years ago. Living Beautifully with Uncertainty and Change. Has anyone read this book? Okay, it's a great book. Her books are enormously practical. Very, very helpful. And this is something I've been working with people, and I love how, like, I'm in the middle of something, and then she has a book that comes out that really works with it. It's just fantastic. So this is one of the chapters called The Fundamental Ambiguity of Being Human. The fundamental ambiguity of being human. And this is the world we're living in right now. It's an uncertain place, would you say? Okay. There's a lot of glory on our planet. There's a lot of glory in our culture. So I celebrate that, okay, by having, some understanding of samsara. Okay, again, samsara, Sanskrit word meaning to cycle, to turn. We're turning through birth, old age, sickness, and death. All of that is suffering. Okay. But if that's the known, the given, and I accept that and understand a little bit of that, I actually feel like I enjoy more. I enjoy much more now. Because before, when you're in denial, okay, if I mentioned this the other day, the nature of water is moisture, right? So if you are in a swimming pool filled with water, you're not flailing around in it, going, it's wet here. What a surprise. But we do that with samsara every moment. My car breaks down, and it ruins your entire day. You get the flu, right? And you're miserable and you're railing at your family, right? There's problems in families. People have financial difficulties, right? So Buddhism's about taking responsibility, waking up. What do you need to do? This is the context you're in. It's a broken situation. What are you going to do? Okay? So you do what you need to do, right? And then there's many things to celebrate. So the fundamental ambiguity of being human, and she quotes Suzuki Roshi in the very beginning. Okay? Life is like stepping into a boat that is about to sail out to sea and sink. Right? So even putting us aligned a little bit with the migrant crisis right now, where they're literally doing that, okay? But this is what it's about, right? And part of it is funny, part of it is humorous, and part of it is kind of, we also laugh a little nervously, because this is the context. I've put my foot in a boat, and it's going out, and it's going to sink. So how are you? How are you going to be in that? And this means with any problem that arises, where's your mind? Where's your mind? And what kind of patterns am I familiarizing my mind with? So that when the boat is sinking, I'm bright, I'm okay, I'm aware, I'm awake. Okay? Buddha, the Sanskrit word Buddha, fully awakened being. So how many times are you fully awake? Right? We wake up every morning, let's hope. You wake up. Some days we're really very, very groggy. You're awake, you're going through the motions, coffee, shower, right? Yeah. How awake are you when you put your keys down and the mind wasn't there when you put your keys down? So later I'm like, where did I put the keys? That's not being awake. That's not being fully awake. So what would it be like to have that presence of mind? Okay? So, and here's what she goes on to say, talk about how can we live wholeheartedly in the face of impermanence, knowing that one day we're going to die? What is it like to realize, this one I loved, okay? Because is this a lot of your life? I'm going to get to my practice. You know, when I get the mortgage kind of sorted, I need to refinance, then I'm going to kind of start, focusing on that course. Or then I'm going to get to that course for the center. Once I get my kid off to college, then I'm going to get my kind of altar set up. Right? Once I get that thing sorted, in the autumn I'm going to, okay, isn't it endless? And then the thing gets sorted, and then there's another thing to sort. Okay? So then she goes on to say, what's it like to realize we can never completely and finally get it all together? I found that liberating. Okay, let it go. Right? There's always going to be another thing. There's always going to be another thing. So let's try to start living presently, activating our practices now. Meaning activating what you're familiarizing your mind with. And I would prefer that it gets channeled into something that's going to help you fully wake up. Right? So part of it is your priorities, checking in your priorities. What's your mind familiar with now, would you say? I'm just curious. What's your mind when you wake up in the morning, what's your waking thought? Anybody? Do you know what are you in touch with that? I'm curious. What's your waking thought? I'm picking on you because you were...
Usually it's how lucky I am to get another day, and I have some nice people in my life that I really love and I get to love.
Great. Other people waking thought? Be honest. It's too early for this, right? Somebody in the back had their hand up? Coffee, yeah, coffee.
I need to get stuff done. Basically, the first thing I do when I get up, I need to get stuff done.
Right? Okay, so you've got your lists, and you've got coffee. For most people, it's the couple things. And then also you got often their kids' names come up, or especially people with young kids. That's so often. And then, so thank you so the thing is, you've got lists. Those lists are there all day. You got time for your lists. So how about a little appreciation in the morning? You just woke up in this life you've got. I know there's problems, but you're not in Syria, right? So what if you have a moment, to first relish, like, wow, you wake up in a comfortable bed with ambient temperature. There's food downstairs that's healthy and nourishing, easily accessible. You got shelter. You maybe have some loving care in your life, people. Do you ever consider that? He does, right? He was practicing. He was, okay. But really think about it, honestly, because that gratitude, and so there was a magazine article I read recently, I think I was talking about this on the plane maybe, but I can't remember the magazine. It was quite a good magazine. So I mentioned this yesterday, they interviewed people, when are you deeply happy? When are you deeply happy, like deeply content? Not just superficially happy, but you know what I mean, inside when there's really this fulfillment, like that was a good day, or you go to sleep and you know you're exactly where you're supposed to be in life. This is what I'm doing, and it's going well. And and so two things came out at the top of the list, in addition to things like helping others and having a loving family and friends, and having meaningful work. But the two top were gratitude and being present. So the gratitude really lights you up in the morning. Even when you have the flu, have cancer, lost somebody, your kid is suffering, there's many things to be grateful for. If you decide not to pay attention to them during the day or ever, you're missing an opportunity. Okay. So even when you're, especially in tragedy, you've already got a pattern of appreciating, so you're going to be able to find good things. I've met people with horrible situations in life, and they're just like, well, it could be worse. Because they practice, in their mind is this imprint of, I'm going to see the bright side, I'm going to choose to glory, to revel in. Okay. And I also mentioned your good qualities earlier on. Your good qualities. What do you think about that? Are you in touch with your good qualities? Usually people get very, I don't want to talk about that, right? So that's essential in the gratitude part. We're okay to kind of say, I have a nice house, bed, and I like my car, and I've got a good family, and I like my job, but we don't really acknowledge our good qualities, and that's necessary. It's a really, really important step. So again, it's up to you. You do have good qualities, everyone in here. I don't know all of you, but the fact you got yourself into this room right now, many, many good qualities you can mention. So if you're not used to that, you start practicing with small things. You notice that, oh, I'm kind of patient and I'm not the first person to speak when people are clamoring in a group to speak. Sometimes I think that's a good quality. But you might notice other, I'm able to keep this job. I'm able to pay my bills. I'm able to raise children, like that. And nobody's going to do it perfectly. Nobody raises kids perfectly, by the way. So give that one up, okay? Because what school did you go to for parenting? What was the parenting school? Did you go to the Harvard parenting school in Oxford? No. You got the parenting school that your parents went to. Okay, did they do it perfectly? Was it a 5-star school? No. It's called the school where you do the best you can do. That's what parents do. So you please give yourself credit for that. Because all you can do is your best. And we're going to make lots of mistakes here. Why? Because we're humans. We're not Buddhas. We're human beings. And the nature of that is it's flawed. So I'm not laying a trip on any of us. I'm just saying I'm very in full acknowledgement that I make mistakes. And now I'm totally okay with that. I didn't used to be. Shanka can probably tell you about that. He knew me from a long time ago when I had long hair, right? Very hard on myself, I like to think I'm a recovering perfectionist. I like to think I'm in recovery, okay? So it's very helpful that I make mistakes. I just pick myself back up, okay? I'm on the sinking boat. That means you make mistakes. Okay, so what is it like to realize we can never completely and finally get it all together? Because I'm a human. It's okay. You get your projects. You have your lists, right? It's okay. What I notice is the interpersonal human connection we can make in a healthy way is one of the most important things we could do for the planet right now. Please try to spend some time doing that. Creating healthy relationships, please, with everybody. You see His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Everybody he engages, he's best friends with everybody. He's amazing, right? Lost his country, had to stand by 1.3 million Tibetans have been murdered by the communist Chinese, and he's like engaged, fully awake. Everybody, there's always an opportunity with everybody to make a new friend. So what's that kind of experience for you in life than the experience you have now if it's not like that? Is it any different? Okay, creating healthy relationships. The lovely guy that, I'm not going to point him out, I don't want to embarrass him. The lovely guy who drove me here today, I was just talking about in the Emptiness course we're doing, we're going to finish today, and you're welcome to sit in if you haven't done the other parts of it, and he said, but then what happens when you're in front of somebody? Like you're having an argument with somebody right there. How does the emptiness apply to that? Okay, so all of this relates to having these healthy relationships with people. And that means, so everybody's my friend, which means with a friend when I have an argument, there's a little bit more space there, isn't there? To kind of forgive and kind of let go and say, okay, well, let's talk about it again. But we're going to analyze a little bit more with emptiness of how does this context of the argument fit, and how does this person really exist, like that. We talked a little bit about that yesterday. So creating these healthy relationships is, I find, just key to dissolving the disharmony on the planet, like that. So you're not going to get everything together. I used to have lists. When I lived at the retreat center in the Redwoods, it took me 45 minutes to get to the main town driving to do errands. And I didn't like to go out a lot, so I'd go out once a week. Well, I had a huge list once a week. I had to get all these things, and everything had to happen in that period of time, and then I was going to meet a friend in the evening, you know, for dinner or something. All these lists. But what would happen is, because I was running this center, and Santa Cruz is not that big of a place, when I would go out to do these errands, of course I would run into somebody that I knew that went to the center. And of course they wanted to tell me how to run the center. Okay? But often they had suggestions. And they were very good suggestions, a lot of them. And they were also people I really liked that I had relationships with. The better relationship I built with them, and the more of these relationships I had, the better for the center it was. Right? So, but I have my list. So I'd meet them and I'd be like, oh, hi, I got to go to the post office. Bye. I can't talk to you now. Because this other thing, you know, buying detergent is more important. It was like that. It was like, so what I did is I'd look at my list. This is because I can't always get it all together. I'd look at my list, go out for the day, and I actually halved my list. Either ripped it in half or took the most essential things that had to happen and put those on a new list. And I didn't even take the old list with me. You know, I just went, and that way I had space. So I ran into somebody at the post office, and I have and they'd say, you want to have a cup of tea? Yeah, I have time for a cup of tea. And then and so they don't feel brushed off, and they don't feel like, well, she never listens to me, and she has no room to hear any new, ideas. But we had time, so the next time they come to the center, they're, oh, can I help? Can I volunteer? I want to do that job. Can I do that? Right? And then it gets them more invested in the center, and then they're happy. So you're never going to have it all together. Okay? Is it possible, here's the next thing, is it possible to increase our tolerance for instability and change? Okay. How do you deal with small changes in your life? If you're not good with that, this is where you start to practice with the instability and change. How are you with small changes? Anybody? Terrible. Yes. Terrible. Great practice then, right? Your friend cancels lunch at the last minute. How do you deal with it? Okay? Right? So if you're okay, now people always say, well, it depends. Okay? Your friend cancels lunch. It happens. Haven't you done that to people? Something suddenly came up, I can't make it. You feel bad. How do you deal with it? Some people very fluid. Some people rigid. Angry for the rest of the day. It's going to ruin your day. Oprah Winfrey did an exercise about stress management. Maybe I mentioned this in another class back in here. A friend told me about this. The show was taping in Chicago some years ago, and what they did is they asked permission to film people. They have tickets to the show. I think they're free tickets, but you have to get tickets. And then they filmed people. They came up, we're really sorry, but we oversold the show today. You can't come in today, but we have a lovely gift for you, and we have tickets for you for tomorrow. And they filmed people's responses. What would your response be? Right? Get real with yourself. What would your response be?
I'm easy like that. When stuff like that happens, I try to just let it wash over me. So I would adjust very quickly and say thank you and enjoy the present. I can handle
Great. Very good. So then you're going to work, that's fantastic. You're going to start to work with the bigger changes in your life. The biggest change we're going to go through is our death. And another big change on the way to that is loss of loved ones. Very, very big changes, right? So if you've exercised a bit with the smaller changes, then knowing these things are going to come gives you a little bit more space to deal with it, right?
Question?
Yeah.
What if you deal Thank you. I've had a lot of death in my, I've taken care of people who are dying, and I deal with, I think, death well because I've been around it, like losing people close to me. But I have a hard time dealing with, I feel like I always have to, maybe it's because I've been surrounded by loss a lot, that I feel like I have to control my environment, or I feel suffering a whole lot. And even through parts of my day, if something changes, it affects my emotions dramatically, where, I mean, I could just burst into tears. But it's not that I get angry, it's more, well, maybe sometimes, it's more that I feel a lot of suffering because of it, and I don't know how to completely relax in that.
Yes, yes. So part of that, I would think, I've done a lot of hospice work myself, and it's different than just taking care of loved ones dying. But part of taking care of loved ones dying, if you've had a lot of loss in your life, if you don't have the proper support for that, it manifests in other areas, just like you're saying. You're not able to relax, you're wound, and you're very, very sad as well. I mean, there's a grief that hasn't been properly finished. So slowly relax, it's absolutely normal. Nothing. And just slowly, and what you might want to do is, I've also worked with grief counselors, with people, with families. They have a different way of helping you get the support you need, even from inside yourself, that can give you a thing where you don't feel like you need to control everything, because you can't control anything but your mind. And this is a passage to controlling your mind, like that. So it's very normal, but I think you probably haven't gotten some of the, better support in that way for yourself. Taking care of yourself is important when you're taking care of other people. When you're seeing other people out, meaning to die, the caregivers, and even taking care of elderly parents and stuff, you need a lot of support. And the grieving process is a normal process, okay, that you need to allow to have happen. Normal deaths of an old person, a long terminal illness, they say the normal cycle is about 2 years. Meaning 2 years that you might be sitting down to have some yogurt in the morning and you burst into tears. Very normal. Don't suppress it and repress it. There's no, it's just a normal thing that, but the thing is, it's important then for sudden death and premature death, death of a child, like that, they say it could take longer. Suicides could take longer. So the main thing is to allow the grief. It's something very important for the healing process, but also understand that the grieving process ends. So you don't want to end up a hostage or a victim for the rest of your life that identifies you. We do know people like that, right? They've never recovered from losing their child. Now, you're changed forever. There's no question. But I know people that got involved in support groups, and they, some years later, started to help other parents that lost kids from a very bright space, from deep knowledge, compassion for themselves. So that's an important step as well. That's helpful, yeah. Okay. So back to Oprah. How's it going for you there? You just told you can't get into the show. And they filmed. Anybody else wanna? What would your response be? You're okay to make it to the next show? If I can, right? And how about back there?
Yeah, and that's what I would think as well. But I'm also thinking the natural human being would be like, I want some kind of compensation for my inability to go, and that's where I hate being, I don't appreciate being human that way, because you can't control those things so easily. But people like yourself probably have worked very hard to control those types of things, or work better with those things. You know what I'm saying at all?
But the thing is, that's our practice. That's all of us. I'm not that different than you. I'm not a big holy person. I'm a nun, and because I wear maroon and don't have hair, please, don't put me on a pedestal.
No,
because
I just respect how hard you've worked to be where you are. That's
no,
all.
Thank you. No, I totally appreciate that. But what I'm saying is you can do it too. You can do it too. You're not any different. I mean, I also have afflictions, okay? I also have afflictions. I get angry. I get sad. I get, and I'm always amazed where sometimes, especially new Buddhists, have this idea about a nun or a monk, or they just don't know. And one of our lovely work study people at our center a few years ago came in, and I got to know her really well, and she's a dear friend now. And And she said, I thought you were clairvoyant when I met you. Like they don't know, and then they'll say, like, you got angry? And I'm like, yeah, I'm human. Absolutely. So this is the work we want to do then, is I think it's great to acknowledge, like, I don't know, I don't like being inconvenienced. Nobody does. Again, you're stepping in the boat about to sink. That's that boat. That life can be inconvenient. Schedules change. Friends cancel. I've got two friends. I got a friend who just came in from California. Her life has been difficult. Okay? So she's visiting me and another friend. We're very close, the three of us. Palled around in high school, and she's got this agenda of what's going to happen with the three of us for the 2 weeks that she's in, which is a little different than the agenda the other two of us have. So there's a little spinning out, and this morning there were a tremendous amount of text messages that I haven't even checked into yet, because by the time I get back into it, it'll all kind of be sorted. And I didn't have to kind of be, texting and then be like, no, not tomorrow, the next day, no, 10 o'clock, no. And it'll all be taken care of, at the end. So it is inconvenient. That's just samsara. So partly, and when she filmed these people, it was so funny. People said it depended. Some people in the audience I'm teaching would say, oh, it depended at how I'd feel. Because if I could go to the show the next day, but wrong. These two women came up from LA, ready to go. This was the thing they had planned on. This was part of their Chicago trip together. Can't go. And they looked at each other and they said, well, we can't go anymore. We're flying back to LA tomorrow, but I guess we're going to go to the museum we weren't going to get to. So, okay, thanks for the gift. Very happy the rest of their day. One woman from Chicago lived down the street, went ballistic. You grab the woman. You're going to get me into that show. So, again, the stress level, it's up to you how much you want to add to, and then the other thing is I love the secular mindfulness courses now of, it's not really Dharma, but it's a fantastic tool, most of it anchored in your breath. Well, you're breathing anyway. This is going on all the time. Why don't you use it? You notice you're getting stressed, you start shallow breathing. That means you're not getting enough oxygen to parts of the brain that you need to function. That makes you more stressed. So, right? So I've used that now so habitually now, I start to get stressed. I'm just like, all right, whoa, let me take a deep breath. I might need 3 or 4 deep breaths, but by the end of the 4th breath, there's some space in my mind, and that lends to perspective. And then I can say, wow, this guy that I'm working for is really, I feel like he's a jerk right now, but I bet he's really not a jerk. But the beginning, before the 4 breaths, he's just a jerk, solidly existing from his own side, jerk, in all of his full jerkness, right? Okay, so this is about increasing our tolerance for instability and change. The beginning is, wake up to this is samsara. This is the situation that we're in. There's a lot of unpredictability on our planet right now, uncertainty. Can I use them as vehicles can I embrace them as vehicles to transform my life? Right? Because it also opens you up to other people's suffering. I can be more expansive where I'm feeling uncertain about something, but if suddenly my friend's getting more of it, then suddenly I let go of my stuff and my compassion kicks in to helping them. But through my understanding and feeling the uncertainty, too. Okay. And again, I worked with the kids with the flowers at your heart. But so can I keep my heart as open as possible in the face of the uncertainty? Meaning, and this is something, Pema Chodron talks about this a lot, staying with the discomfort. A lot of my spiritual practice is getting comfortable with the uncomfortable. This is an uncomfortable situation. Uncertainty, change, unpredictability, and sometimes the state of the world right now, or the fact that we're going to die, or the fact that I just had a fight with a friend of mine, or these are the situations. How can I keep my mind as open, heart-mind experience, I'll call it, as open as possible? And stay with the pain, okay? Because sometimes life is painful. But with us, it's like let me get my escape hatch well oiled, and I'm out of here. You can't escape it. It will come and bite you in the back at some point. That's how it is. Okay. And what was the thing I recently saw about fear, what fear means? Did people see this? Okay, you have options. Fear. People get afraid. These things rattle us, okay? So it's forget everything and run, or face everything and rise. What's your choice? What's your option? Because if you want to analyze what's underneath your fear, it's usually a loss of control. When you want to analyze that, what can you control? Only your mind. You can't fix your mother. You can't fix your husband or your kid or your boss. But if I deal with my mind, I can dismantle, okay, some of the mechanisms that are projecting out their negativity, and then all that negative stuff goes away. Make sense? So she got this term from a war correspondent. We were talking about another war correspondent this morning, Chris Hedges, who talked about and wrote about, in war, the moral ambiguity of human existence, right? Whether to cling to the false security of our fixed ideas and tribal views, even though they bring us only momentary satisfaction, or to overcome our fear and make the leap to living an authentic life. What does that mean to you to be authentic? And how closely are you aligned with your authenticity? What do you think about that? It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, please.
I was just going to say, it's really hard to be authentic, I find, for me, because then I could take in a situation with my job or something like that. Like, I'm a people pleaser and I want everyone to like me, but to effectively communicate with my coworkers, sometimes my coworkers might be being unreasonable, so I have to communicate something to them that I know is going to get a negative response. So it's just a difficult thing to do. It's like you constantly have to motivate yourself to do that, even though, I guess you want to constantly be in an environment where all the interactions are pleasant and everything is fine. You feel like everyone likes you, but I just feel like sometimes being authentic, you can't always play that role. And that's when it's difficult for me.
So what if you put it in the context first of samsara, meaning that means we're not all going to have pleasant experiences. It's unreasonable to think that, number one. So, okay, and I took on this job. You're managing people to some degree, or you're...
No, but I feel like I should be.
Okay, so maybe there's an interesting thing. Maybe you might want to move into a role where you're managing people if you think you're skilled at that. You probably have some insight into a clear thing, and maybe you want to direct your life a little bit into that area. But in the present thing, if you have to say something to a coworker, right? There's no problem of it coming from your authentic self. You can't please everybody, number one, because again, samsara, it's not possible. That's not your job anyway. You can't make other people happy, by the way. The happiness comes from within you. So maybe it's okay to let that go and take care of pleasing yourself. However, never lose the motivation that I'm here because I want to get fully awake to benefit others. So how am I doing with myself? And then can you say something in kindness to the coworker where you got a little deal going with them? What happened in this scene, I was a little confused when you did this. Or you know what? That was really hard for me. It didn't really seem to work. You were acting like this or doing this, and it makes me feel like this. Like, rather than attacking them, this is what happens. Because you were like this is how I felt. This is how it impacted me. So I'm just kind of wondering if we can figure something out that might work better. That's authentic, isn't it? Would that come from you? Do you feel that's authentic to you?
Yes, I definitely understand what you're saying, and I do definitely try to do that when I can, so I appreciate that.
And you can only do your best. So sometimes you're going to try that, and the coworker, if they're not in the room here, they might be doing something totally different. And we're going to bump up in our culture against a lot of people that are not walking a similar path as us. So that's where I went, like, creating healthy relationships. If you become friends with the coworker, it's a totally different conversation because they're your buddy. And then it's different. And they can be different than us. They can be different from us. The example I gave, I think I mentioned this in a previous class another year. I was working in a law firm, temping, when I was 2 weeks, I was living at the center in San Francisco. We were getting it off the ground. So 3 years and 2 weeks a month I temped in a law firms in San Francisco. I had many different contracts with law firms. They paid me very, very well for very easy work. And it afforded me, I could work whenever I wanted, and I took off when a lama came to visit, and I managed the center and did the books, and it was great. But I didn't really like temping. Didn't really suit my personality, and and the way some of the law firms treated the temps was kind of rude. But anyway, they pair me with a guy for about a month, Ted, right? Did I tell this story before? Yeah, anyway, they pair me with this guy, and he's old school. So he's Monday morning, comes out with the moldy coffee mug and wants me to wash it. And I didn't see that as part of my job, but he did. So instead of me saying something, I just, took the cup and resentfully went, and after the third day I was like really irritated and stressed, and I hate my life, and what am I doing? And I'd given up my career to kind of help the center, and you're questioning things. This is the uncertainty and the unpredictability, but this had been my choice, but I wasn't so happy with the whole idea, and Ted became other and out there. And so after a week of this, I realized I'm so stressed, and so you're allowed to go to the bathroom and take a break, and in there, I notice I'm just like, what am I doing? I don't know if I should be doing this, and temping, I gave up my career, I should go back and get a job and forget the center, but I really wanted the center to go, and sat and got my breathing going. Okay, there's no problem here. What is really the problem, right? So, and then I remembered my motivation in the morning was to benefit all living beings. Become a Buddha to benefit all living beings, because I'd been practicing Buddhist for some years. To become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. All sentient beings, okay? Lama Zopa Rinpoche is going to teach outside Asheville in August. If you hear Rinpoche, all sentient beings, right? All sentient beings. All, okay? That means and Ted, right? Right? But I left him out of the formula. Everybody but Ted. Not washing that coffee mug. How rude. He didn't even think about it. For him, it was like, that's what his secretaries had done. Like he wasn't trying to poke me, right? So I come out, so suddenly I'm like, that includes Ted. What's the big deal? I would wash the coffee mug for my friends. He's not my friend yet. Okay? I come up and now I have a new perspective. I'm like, and Ted, right? So I start analyzing Ted over the course of the days. Well, he's a really nice guy, very polite to me, very respectful. I really liked him. We start talking, we get to know. He had moved up from LA, from a very nice area where he lived in LA that he liked, to help this law firm get going, and wasn't really comfortable in San Francisco. I met his wife, his kids were living down in LA, blah, blah, blah. Get to know him over the course of a month, really like him, right? Come to one of my last days with him, okay? Well, now he's my friend. So it's Monday morning, and I'm anticipating the coffee mug. I want to wash it now. I do, because he's my friend. I want to help him out. So this is how you change your mind, and the external reality changes. I'm not kidding you. He comes out in the morning. Hey, Amy, how you doing? How was the weekend? I'm like, oh, it was really good. I went to see this movie, da-da-da. And I said, how was your weekend? And I see he's got the coffee mug in his hand, right? And I'm really, and he says, oh, great, we're having this little exchange. And I reach for it, and then he looks and he goes, oh my God, this is disgusting. I'm not going to have you wash this. And I said, no. Let me wash it, please. He's like, I can't believe I'm going to give this to you. And right? Really? Seriously, right? So then there's connection. So you do need to do the work on the cushion. You do need to do some formal practice to analyze what is the problem out there. What's the problem out there? What's the problem because I didn't get into the Oprah show today? Are you going to die because of that? So putting things in perspective as well. And also assessing your priorities in life. If you want to be happier, you might need to reorganize some priorities, meaning I know people that tell me I don't have time to meditate, okay? But they have time for social media. So really you don't have time to meditate? Because social media becomes another addiction and a habit, and immediately, and then there goes a half an hour. So it's just your choice of, okay? So what are you clinging to? We do get some influence from our environment, the tribal views that this war correspondent's talking about. So again, in your authenticity, I just relayed a story this morning to Karen and David of some dynamic in my family, of a couple people in the family that when they get together would dominate the entire conversation with a very exclusive conversation, right? That often had very negative aspects towards some of the other people. And this went on I was watching like over the course of months, my family, I moved back to the East Coast, and I just noticed how I started to feel very uncomfortable around these two people. So when I found an appropriate moment finally, I discussed it with one of them. That was my authenticity. Gently, compassionately, because coming from love, to say, when they invited me to sing, how come you don't go with us, the two of them? And I just explained, I didn't feel very safe, because they were trashing people with their speech, and they were only talking about this thing I knew nothing about, and that was, and you just feel like an invisible person, and ignored, and then from that conversation, I was told that other people had fed that to them, but they ignored it. So I was like the last straw. When he heard it from me, then he went, maybe this is an issue. And the dynamics changed. I wasn't blaming them. I was just saying, have fun, do what you want, but I can't always be in that space. That's my truth. So you can protect yourself a little bit, but from love, not from antagonism, because because you're a jerk. I don't want to be with you. No, but, I think I even said something like, I've done just so much work on myself, I can't put myself back in a scene where I feel really demeaned continually, degraded. Like I said, I don't know really what goes on for you guys, but that's not really where I want to be. So no problem, but and so I think if you frame it in that with compassionate wisdom as much as you can, great. So it doesn't mean you have to buy in, and it's tricky. A lot of people we feel in our culture, we might be going up the mountain and you feel like everybody else is going back down. Am I missing something? Right? So bodhisattva warriors, Buddhist saints on our path trying to become a Buddha to benefit others, you armor yourself, okay, but with loving kindness and patience and generosity and your meditative concentration, a meditation practice, and as much wisdom as you've developed, like that. Compassion, those things. And bodhisattva warriors don't go to war with other beings. They only go to war with their limited concepts, their delusions, like anger and fear and anxiety and attachment, pride, jealousy, things like that. Okay, so how can we relax and have a genuine, passionate relationship with the fundamental uncertainty, the groundlessness of being human? Okay, so, and I think part of it is, again, a resolve to embrace the world just as it is. She goes on to say this, as much without judgment as possible. We judge a lot, don't we? Some of it's automatic. I know it's very hard to get, immediately you see people and you're kind of like tall, thin, this, like that. So that goes out there, but it's nice because of my meditation practice, honestly, because of a consistent meditation practice. And please try to set that up. Some of you well into it, great. If not, and you need more instruction and support, I mentioned I do have this website now, and they are very kind because they copied the card on the backboard because we ran out of some cards. But what some of the center in New York put some videos they did, and one of them is me talking about how you start your meditation practice. So no excuses anymore. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to start. It's right there. It's very simple how you get a practice started, right? And then you can add meditations, and you can get a book like How to Meditate. I find this book really helpful. Kathleen McDonald. She is Venerable Sangye Kadro, our longest term nun in our tradition. She's a dear friend. She's lovely. She wrote this book a long time ago. It's been revised. And just open the book, find a meditation you like, and you just read a couple sentences. Meditate on that, go to the next sentence. Slowly, that's how you do it. And then you can learn and fine-tune things as you get going. It informs the space. This is the world just as it is. So for me now, because of that practice, I don't have any great realizations. However, I find I'm much more observant of my mind. I'm able to just sit and I'll watch a sweeping judgment come out, but I don't react from there. And sometimes I talk with it, and with humor. Well, there's a really big opinion about her. Do I even know about her? No, but okay, so just watching fear arise or anger. I'm able to get anger now at irritation. So at irritation, frustration, and annoyance are all smaller, lesser degrees of anger. So I can catch my mind there, take my toolbox out, apply my antidotes quickly, more skillfully, because I practiced it before I'm into full-blown anger, let alone rage. You can do that with each of the things. Before you get into full-on grasping and attachment, I'll notice a little like, you're in the department store. They know just how to get you, right? It's on sale. Oh, I'll buy 2 of them, right? So I can just watch the mind go out. I don't really need that. It's always interesting with the shopping meditation of, you go to the store to buy one thing, now you got 5 other things over your arm that you need. But what I say is, in the morning when you woke up, did you have any idea about those things? Any notion? No. Do you need them? So when I did exercise with people about grasping and attachment in relation to shopping, right, the exercise is you have to put everything back other than the thing you came for. And if you really want those other things, you are allowed to go back the next day and get them. You never go back. Rarely people go back. Okay? So it's just a way of countering. There's little techniques. Okay? So embracing the world, make a determination to yourself to embrace the world just as it is, without bias. Okay? It's a commitment to see everything we encounter, good and bad, pleasant, unpleasant, as a manifestation of awakened energy. As a manifestation of awakened energy. Okay? There's a lesson in everything. Okay? And I am a proponent of the conspiracy theory. I don't know how many of you buy into this. We hear about a lot of conspiracies. 9/11 was a conspiracy, people say. Okay. But I'm a proponent. This is my conspiracy theory. Okay? Everyone is trying to get me enlightened. Right? Really. So, I don't like you and you're bothering me. There's my mind. You are showing me my mind. Thank you. And then I have to sit on my cushion to figure out what you're showing me, to analyze why I got upset, why I got irritated, and then role play the antidotes on your meditation cushion again and again and again, so that then the next time I'm in front of the person and this comes up, maybe they get accessed. That's how it works. You're rehearsing a certain behavior and a certain mindset, and you rehearse it enough, you become fully awakened. Okay? So one last thing I'll mention, there's a lot more I could go on, but I know we're out of time, is one of the helpful things I've also found is to is that you always have a choice. She goes on, there's so many great things in this chapter. Vulnerability, okay, which we see as weakness. If you've read any Brené Brown, anyone in here? She's wonderful. Brené Brown says vulnerability actually is the birthplace of creativity, innovation, and change. Well, that's different than weakness. I loved when she said, she does a TED Talk, but these corporate executives asked her to speak. They loved her. Great. She talked about, invulnerability. And creativity, innovation, and change. And they said, we want to hire you, want you to speak, pay her lots of money, whatever. We want you to talk about creativity, innovation, and change. Well, we don't want you to talk about vulnerability. Right? So notice these places when the uncertainty rears its head, when I'm having a fight with somebody, when I'm in pain, vulnerability, and that means you might need to adapt. That's the creativity, innovation, and change. And what we really need to do is adapt our way of thinking. And can you show up for that every day? And try your best. Mainly you just try your best to do that, okay? And so a lot of times our practice is you're observing, you're aware of something you're doing. Okay, my mind, I just yelled at that person. I just had a little snippy interaction with this person, okay? I'm saying if it's a negative thing you're not happy with, you're not satisfied with, okay? In the uncertainty, change, whatever, in your life, okay? Number 2 step, this is simple, do something different. Okay, instead of your normal pattern that you did, try something different. The way it works best is I've got enough energy from my meditation practice, resources there, that moves me to do something different. That engages you then there. Okay, now I know I did this before, this way it never works like that. I'm going to think something different, say something different, or act differently. Okay? Step number 3, do it again. Meaning familiarize yourself with it. With the thing you did, if it worked, you have to keep doing it again to familiarize yourself with it. Habituation. It's really the essence of what meditation means. Familiarize yourself with positive mind states. Okay? Sorry, we are out of time. This was just a little quick thing, but any last questions, comments? Yes.
When you were talking about being authenticity, the work that I do in prison, I find that it is extremely important to be authentic. I mean, these guys know a fake when they see one, you know, and they've been lied to enough, you know. So I whenever I begin my class, I always tell them my story. I always tell them that I've been in and out of trouble. I'm an ex-junkie. I've been homeless. I've experienced those things. I know what anger is like. I know what rage is like. I understand fear. And I tell them the only reason that I can go in and out of these doors at will is not because I never made mistakes. I never got caught for my crap, you know. Mm-hmm. And so right away, once you tell them their story, your story, then right away they begin to soften, and they begin to open up. They begin, and then it becomes easier to work with them. Mm-hmm. So I think it's an imperative to be authentic, to be true to yourself, because we BS ourselves all the time too.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you know. So I think it's very imperative to be true to yourself and to be true to others around you. If you really want to do this kind of work, mm-hmm. I think, yeah, and I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think there is that level that we BS ourselves. So initially there might come a time you're kind of down on your knees, really like, this is who I am, because you've hidden from it for so long. I've had moments like that myself. But, you know, then the only way to go from there is up, you know, because finally it's like, you know, this, and also can you take that experience with equanimity and generosity towards yourself? Self-compassion. You know, can I still hold myself and say, wow, I can't believe I hurt these people, or I used to be like this, or this is a quality I have. That's part of the authenticity, waking up to that. And then you start to change it, if you feel like it needs changing. It's part of being human. Well, thank you very much for coming. It's lovely to have all of you here. I hope this has been helpful. I'm sorry it's so short. And feel free if you want to, we start at 1:30. If you want to continue with us, feel free to jump in. And I'd like to dedicate any positive energy that we've created from this morning to really helping us waking up to our authenticity and finding the compassion in ourselves so we can actually move that out with all others we encounter, especially in a world right now that needs some healing and harmony. And can it help promote us, propel us on a path to full awakening so we can then unlimitedly help all other beings as much. I'd like to also dedicate to all the beings on the planet that need additional healing right now. Can they receive it fully, completely? And for the long lives of all of our teachers and all the beings who have passed away recently, can they be free of all their suffering and take a good rebirth to benefit all? We can dedicate to Muhammad Ali, passed away recently, so can he be peaceful like that? Thank you so much. I hope to see you again. If you're interested, I wanted to mention one last thing. There is the card. You can get my website there. There's a YouTube channel it's connected to. You can find helpful videos of a variety of teachings categorized by subject. And there's some other interesting things on the website, but I'm leading a pilgrimage in late September, early October 2017 to Laudo, which is a remote retreat center in Nepal in the Mount Everest region. So I'm going to be flying up with people. We'll be doing trekking. Basically, if you've ever wanted to trek in Nepal, that's what we're going to be doing to get to Laudo. We'll do a 4-day retreat there. I'll take you to show you some of the local areas, especially where Lama Zopa Rinpoche was born, and then you're free to go and do any other trekking you'd like to do and visit. So if you're interested, there'll be more information on the website soon. There's now a slideshow about the walk and being up at Laudo you can look at on the website. So thank you very much, and hope to see you all again. Thank you for coming. Friday or Saturday? Anybody knew that? Where have you been? Okay, well, just ride along with us, no problem. And great. I want to share in our emptiness teachings. We've been analyzing some things. I do want to ask you about the eye. How many eyes did you count? Isn't it amazing? It's like I mean, so I was asking about the experience. I'm trying to get you used to this experience of yourself. Some experience of the inherently existent I appearing. This very solid, you get a little threatened, you get somebody's, hey Peter, and you're like, what? Like that. So we're going to look at that today, and then we were analyzing the pen. We will talk about the pen again. The car. And trying to understand how things exist and to understand the mechanism that causes us to grasp on to ourselves and phenomena. That's where the suffering starts. The misknowing that causes us to then misperceive things to grasp on. Thank you so much. No, just that's great. Wonderful, thank you. So then Karen and David had this wonderful cartoon on their refrigerator. And you can't all see it. I'll just give you a little. Okay, it's an automobile mechanic shop. But the mechanic shop is called Venerable and Venerable's Karma Repair Service. For cars. The Karma Repair Service. And there's two monks, Venerable and Venerable. Venerable and Venerable, right? The car's in pieces, because I had said I dismantled my car in my mind to understand how the car does not inherently exist even in the collection, meaning the collection of the parts. Okay, so just as a review, to go back for a moment, I asked you, the car comes into existence from one system, arises dependently, or you say independence upon, its parts to come into existence. So if you say the parts of the car could be tires, a chassis, a body, a motor, an engine, carburetor, roof, seats, on. And then you can go into the materials of those, and those are the parts of the car, right? So if you analyze each of the parts, if I give you the windshield, that's not a car, is it? It also has to function like a car. That's not a car. The seats are not the car. The tires are not the car. Right? But what people say is, but okay, got it. But when you put all the pieces together, the car's there. There's the car. Okay? So what I was trying to get you to do is that if you didn't find the car in any of the pieces, how can you put all the pieces together where there is no car and say there's a car? You already checked. There's no inherently existent car there. What comes together, what arises, is a valid basis of designation according to the highest school. What comes together with the parts coming together is a valid basis of designation. A metal system with rubber tires that moves, let's say, a valid basis of designation. My mind takes in the raw data of that. My karmic seeds as a human being with this language in this part of the world, then my mind imputes a label on the valid basis designation. Car. And then the car comes into existence. Okay, everybody following? I'm just keep repeating this so that it kind of, this is how it worked in my mind, okay? Again, there's a gap of a labeling process. There's a gap. You take in the data. In this case, I'm going to say with your visual consciousness. If you see a car, with my visual consciousness, I haven't touched the car yet, my visual consciousness takes that in. And now there's like a very complex computer going on. I'm not talking about the brain alone. I'm talking about karmic. I always see it as some very complex gear system. You know, language gets a thing, it moves my body to think about language, my brain to boom. And I see this configuration, and then I label, then the mind labels. Okay? So this gap, the labeling, is covered over by your ignorance. Your fundamental ignorance, the misknowing, doesn't allow me to see that I'm labeling by the mind. And then what happens is an inherently existing car appears, comes into existence for me. Okay? So it's merged together with this valid basis of designation. So this is this problem. There's this gap, fundamental ignorance covering over it. The problem isn't that then this inherently existent car arises. That's not the only problem. The problem is when I see an inherently existent car arise, and then I say, mine, my car. And that's where all your suffering begins. So this little cartoon, it's a car in pieces. Okay, just like I was talking about. And the monks say to the owner, the good news is that we couldn't find a problem. And the second thing is, the bad news is that we couldn't find a car. Right? There it is. Okay. Back to our... And then, let me just go back because I know we had a little exercise. I had a question on our ride over here. I just thought to, again, repeat. And what I want to do right now is, before we really get into this, is let's just check our motivation again to reestablish a motivation, a good motivation. How are you feeling? Are you tired right now? People okay? Because I know we had lunch. Okay. So take a moment, and what I'd like to do, if you're feeling some energy right now, I want to, let's just try a little bit more concentration. Okay? I mentioned yesterday you need concentration to have a direct perception of emptiness. So it's always a great thing to work on anyway, to implement into your practice if you can. Excuse me. So first, let's just set a good motivation. Just take a moment to think about, in some ways, and you could close your eyes and find that comfortable meditation posture. If you're seated in a chair, just have your feet straight down so the body is balanced, trying not to lean too heavily against the back of the chair. You could think about the greatest wish you could have, which for some people, especially on the Mahayana path, is about helping all other beings unlimitedly. And the means to get there is to become a Buddha, a fully awakened being. So by studying emptiness and showing up to a class like this and trying to do some of the exercises and meditations, and then building these experiences and this understanding into your practice, folding it into your practice more and more, can help you first develop a good intellectual understanding of emptiness. And then with additional study and meditation, and perhaps purification practices, and practices that help you accumulate the conditions needed to see emptiness directly, you can develop that realization that you need on the path to become a Buddha, so you can unlimitedly benefit all others. So just soak in that you have this unique opportunity right now to place yourself in this space. So thank you so much. And just take a moment to establish a good motivation for this class and all the activities of the rest of your day. Bring your awareness to a normal, natural breath, following either the air moving in and out of your nostrils or the rising and falling of your abdomen. Just take a couple minutes to settle the mind. And let's focus now on that radiant drop of light, a little tiny golden drop outside of your nostrils, right in the center, your nose, just outside the nostrils. Or you can choose another object that you would like to focus on right now for 5 minutes. Just take a moment, find an object. Don't obsess about the object too much, because you can have shine. You can have concentration on a paper clip. Doesn't matter. It's not from the object's side. It's from the side of your mind. So the reason the golden drop can be helpful, especially when we're beginning, is if you're having trouble focusing, concentrating on it, you can brighten the intensity of the drop. That can help sometimes to keep you concentrated. One part of your mind, again, will focus on the object. Another part of your mind is going to check how you're focused on the object. Is it clear? Are you about to lose the object? It's getting fuzzy and fading. Do I need to tighten up my grasp a little bit or loosen it? So again, you're going to stay with the thread of your concentration. Distractions will try to take you off the tracks. You stay there on the train track, the concentration on the object, unwaveringly. You try your best. If you lose the object 3 times, means you're completely off the object. Just rest your mind. Take it off the object. Open your eyes and give yourself 10 or 20 seconds to look around the room quietly without moving. Make a determination again to stay on the object for the remainder of the segment and begin again. So the determination is very helpful to direct your awareness that this is what we're doing right now. We're not spacing out after other thoughts. We're working on our concentration. So first, get clear on your object. Just choose one object. You're going to hold it stationary as a mental object. So you'll close your eyes. Bring the object to mind. And think for the next 5 minutes, I am going to keep my mind on this object without my mind wandering. And begin. And relax. Slowly open your eyes. It's nice if you do a Shine retreat, a group retreat or on your own, and so you start with short segments, and you're doing periods of this concentration, like that. It's very powerful. The mind starts to exercise. There's a rehearsal. You have to practice to familiarize the mind. The other thing you can do in your own life, when you have a day off, we do all these other things, right? So what about the practice on the day off? So what you could do, and I've done this for periods, is you take an afternoon of one of the days off. Maybe you set up an hour, or you try sitting on the day off at different times of the day. Because in your Dharma career, developing your wisdom in your practice is to figure out there's different times of the day that work better for you. So when you work, if you have a day job, you got to get up early, and you might have a little sitting practice in the morning, and then you might have one at night. Again, I know I've mentioned this before in other classes, other years, okay? But what happens is, once you eat dinner, and people eat dinner at different times, if you eat dinner in the evening, but then usually you're done. It's hard to sit after dinner. People are sleepy, they're tired, they got up early. So I know at one point I used to do a yoga class when I lived years ago in San Francisco, and I did a yoga class that was at 5:30 in the evening or something. And it's a good time. A lot of people exercise after work. So you could also try getting home from work, do some practice then. Because often there's a little bit of energy there. You get used to it. Then have dinner later if you want. Even if you need to move dinner a little bit, if you can. Have a little time there. And then maybe at the last bit at night you do some final Vajrasattva practice or dedication or something like that. But if you have a day off, you have the luxury to try different times of the day. So for me, late morning and late afternoon are good times for me to sit. I know that just from my own rhythms of what works better. Not always, but generally that's a better time for me. So this is way, skillful, you check up and see. And then did you do your motivation last night? When you went to bed? Some people are like, what? Okay. This is familiarity. So if you're not used to doing a motivation, I said before you go to sleep, and when you wake up in the morning, how did that go? Some people are nodding, most people not, right? If you forget, which is normal, leave yourself a note. Put a Post-it next to the bed. Put something on the bathroom mirror. So you forgot, you got out of bed, went to the bathroom mirror. Oh, my motivation, my gratitude, You can try it any time if you forget. But you might as well use the time laying in bed. You didn't spring out of bed right away this morning, did you? Right? Not usually on the weekend. Not if you don't have to go to work. Use that time in bed. Do not reach for your phone first thing in the morning, right? This is what people immediately, it's a habit again. Start some practice right there. Again, it's your decision, it's your choice. So let me just quickly review how to make this practical as well, how to make it practical. I discussed yesterday in relation to anger and attachment. What's really going on and what happens when the person's in front of me. That's the hardest place to practice. Okay, so let's just quick review on, here's the raw data, okay? The fleshy oblong thing, the long torso covered in cloth, 4 appendages, walking towards me right now, okay? Here is a hole. Out of this hole comes sound. I'm breaking it down to the raw data, okay? There's 2 circles here with color and there's a material. But now I hear sound coming out of here. Sound, just syllables coming out. I have some karmic propensities, seeds I planted in my consciousness, in my mind, from past activities in my body, speech, and mind, that are going to cause me to engage with this reality and this sound in a certain way. And right now, what's coming to fruition of these karmic seeds is something negative. So the cause was negative. I yelled at somebody, I said something rude to somebody, and the result right now is I'm interpreting this reality that's walking toward me and the sound it's making as negative. And I don't like it. I'm underestimating what's out there, not seeing it clearly, and I want it to go away. Anger, hatred. Also, on lesser degrees, irritation, annoyance, and frustration. Everybody with me? Right? Okay. So what happens in the moment is through meditation, through regular meditation practice, separate from that, I come in contact, I'm a little bit more observant of my mind now. So I'll be like, this is really irritating. That's what I say sometimes inside myself. But automatically that's a trigger for me too. This is really irritating. Or, oh, wow, there's irritation in my mind. I'm not going to label and lay a trip on myself that I'm an angry person, because I'm not. You know, people have these heavy things. I'm a depressed person. So their whole identity gets glommed together with this delusion that doesn't really exist. It's simply a familiar habit in the mind. You understand? I keep talking about familiarity. What's in your mind? What's in your mind? What's your mind familiar with? Okay? So, but sometimes I have anger in my mind. I'm a nun. I have anger in my mind sometimes. So I'll be like, wow, I got a lot of irritation in my mind right now. You know, it seems to be in relation to this person. Well, what's going on with this person? Okay? So I might just have a quick little observance in front of them. That's all. It's all I'm able to do. And it's really irritating me. And then what happens is if I don't have practice and can't counter, you may negatively react back. And then I say something out of my whole negative back to them. Okay? But what you're trying to do is build this toolbox. So suddenly I'm noticing irritation in my mind. I'm watching and I'm like, and sometimes it's in relation to one, you see the person and you go, oh, you come to the center and you're like, oh, it's her. Okay. This person's always difficult, or, oh, what does she want now? Or, right. And so I just observe that, or I observe a judgment. In the moment, all I'm able to do sometimes, I'm just observing, or it's irritating, and so what I'm trying to do is with my toolbox, that my toolbox says to me, watch your mouth right now. Like, I'm not doing that well controlling my mind, but I'm observing my mind. I'm going to give myself credit for that. But now I have a little, remember Lost in Space? Remember that TV show? I can certainly talk, some of you know that. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. I have a little button and I'll be like, and that means to me, Amy, do not open your mouth right now. Like, or just, and it can be gentle. Don't say anything right now. Just please, just be quiet. You don't need to engage your mouth right now because something negative is going to come out. So let's just watch what's happening. I feel the irritation. It's uncomfortable. That's all. Period. Nothing wrong with that. Just, in fact, it's great to observe this. Okay, so there I am, watching it happen. You know. Then what happens is that might be all, and you might just say, and then you might be able to engage something kind out of your mouth in relation to hostility or whatever is coming out of this, okay? If you get really good at this, okay, from sitting on your cushion from formal meditation, I might start to interpret, oh, look at that. It's just sound coming out of the mouth. Right? My mind's just interpreting it as something negative, but it's, if I want to go back and stuff, it's just sound. It's just sound. And sometimes you're in an office. Do you ever notice this? Somebody's yelling at you in the office or saying something kind of rude, snippy to you. You're interpreting it as negative, and you don't like it, it's uncomfortable, and I'm embarrassed, and whatever else. But isn't it interesting how someone else in the office who doesn't really like you is interpreting it as something really glorious? Right? But so again, it's simply sound. Break it down. It's simply sound coming out. My mind is coding over that. The same way their mind's coding over it with their picture, with their projection. That's how it's not the other person. It's my mind. If I say in here, and I have no idea your political allegiances, if I say to you George W. Bush, okay, there's some people in here that were like, great, I voted for him twice. And there's some people in here that are like, Okay? It's not him, because we have different views of him. It's my mind. It's what's in my mind. Understand? We have to keep coming back to it. This is my responsibility. I'm having trouble with this person. What is my responsibility? Now, it doesn't mean that they're doing the right thing and they're grace and wonderful and everything. But all we can do is take responsibility for my mind. I can't change that person. Okay? But I can dismantle some anger and hostility in here that can sometimes diffuse the situation. That's how we make harmony on the planet. And on Bodhisattva path, as a Mahayana Buddhist, that's our job. That's our responsibility. It's what we're trying to do. We do our best. You just try your best with whatever tools you have. So what anger does, again, is the raw data that's there, okay, because coming from the misknowing, which is the fundamental ignorance, misperception of how reality really is, I then underestimate what's out there. I see the person, but I underestimate really what's going on, and I don't like them. That's what anger and hatred does, underestimates. Another case of attachment. Okay, attachment over-embellishes the reality. Over-embellishes the reality. Karmic seed is firing right now of something pleasant I did in the past with my body, speech, and mind, coming to fruition, ripening, right? And that causes me to experience pleasure out there. So the person comes out, sound coming out of here, and I interpret it as wonderful and glorious, and somebody else, they don't see that at all. I don't like that person. I can't believe you like them. We remember this. Remember when you did fall in love and your partner, your spouse now, I don't know if you had this, when you finally introduced her to your family or your friends, or you were like, finally you got to the point you wanted your friends to meet him, some dinner or some party, something. And then they brought them, and then later you check with your friends, like, what'd you think? Remember that time? And what do they say? Okay, well, he's all red now. That's what they said, right? Right? But what just in general, what did your friends say when you did? We all remember those moments. What did your friends say in general? Really? I mean, sometimes I had friends, my friends' experience were like, I was in love. I met perfection. I thought, this is it, right? And I introduced my friends, and my friends would be like, he's all right. And I was like, what do you mean? Right? It's my mind. I totally vomit a projected fantasy over-embellished out there. I never saw what happens. And then very tragically with new relationships, it's a little different as we get older, more mature, newer relationships, we remember that 3 months later their feet smelled, their breath smelled, or they have that little kind of weird thing they do after they eat, and but when you vomit the projected fantasy on it, you don't see any of that. So, but then you wake up later, the fantasy is kind of icing and it drips off. And then later, and I used to have people say to me, I thought you liked to, and I said, I never said that. Who told you that? I don't like boxing. What? I thought I'm like, well, no, they made that story up. That was what they wanted. The romantic fantasy, we're going to do this together, we're going to go rock climbing, and I'm like, huh? Did you check in with me? Or was that your dream? That's your dream. We all have these fantasies. So I remember kind of, bursting the bubble, and sometimes the relationship ended. I was like, what else? What other stories do you have going on about me? Or they saw the real me and they didn't like it. They're like, I thought you were, I'm like, well, where'd you get that idea? And then if they really analyzed, they weren't sure where they got the idea. They're like, yeah. So this is our everyday reality. But then you just have your main partner, your long-term spouse, and there's natural antagonism at times. I don't think it's easy living with somebody. I mean, I never did it. I lived with somebody on and off for 4 years. That's the longest. But he often wasn't. Maybe we really lived together 1.5 years. That's the longest I did. I must have an imprint to be a nun or something. But 1.5 years, and I find it amazing. I find it challenging living 57 years with myself, right? Let alone living with somebody else, okay? So basically, you're going to run up against these things. And can I kind of, through my meditation practice, have that inform Okay, we're arguing now. Let me just hold on and watch. I'm noticing it's unpleasant. This isn't really working. This isn't what I wanted my Sunday night to be. We were going to have a nice dinner. Now this is happening, you know. And are you also actively listening to what they're saying? Because once I get irritated, I shut down. I don't care what you're saying, you know. Or you're always bringing this thing up, you know. So just you want to analyze a little bit, slowly, calmly, just take a deep breath. Listen to what they're saying. Is it reasonable? Is this an old thing you get hooked in every time, you know? And then maybe you practiced on the cushion and use this example of them bringing up the same old argument, same old little thing you get hooked in. Same thing, use it again and again and again. And exercise, they're going to say the same thing in your meditation. You are going to role play a new type of behavior, a new type of response. You have to practice it in your meditation session. It's a rehearsal again. Like with an instrument and like with sports, you want to be proficient at this. That means you have to rehearse. That's how you get good at it. You rehearse enough and enough in a meditation, and now the person's in front of you in real life, and here they are, they're doing it. Okay, I did this once with somebody in my life, very close to me for years. Could push my buttons better than anyone I knew. And I would fall flat on my face again. So I rehearsed and rehearsed and rehearsed, and maybe the 80th time, now I'm in front of her again, and I saw the missile coming. I caught it before. I was like, you know, here, and that's a very exciting time of practice. But I saw it coming, lobbing over to me, and I was able to pull into my toolbox. I got the right tool out and gently had a respectful response for the first time ever. You know, so I wanted to change this person for years. I thought that was it. It's them. Change them, everything will be fine. No, I changed my mind. I reached into the toolbox, found the thing from my practice, like it was a little bit more accessible now, responded respectfully, because I had role-played that respectful response. Regardless of what they said, I had my ammunition ready, respectfully responded. What did it do? It changed them. They were used to the old response. They were ready to fuel the fire. Okay, great. Let's fight here. And suddenly it was like they were speechless. This is a new response. So then they had to change and adapt. It's very exciting like that when you have moments like that. It's possible. So again, a little bit on the cushion. I call it internal, external work. On the cushion, internal, and then you take it out there. You try again. You're not going to be great every time. You might get it right one time, and then the next time you fall off again. You know, and then gentle, compassionate, wise speech of countering. You know, and you might say, "What's really going on for you? You know, I'm hearing you sound really frustrated. Why don't we just sit down? You know, or you know what? I'm not really sure how I feel about that right now. What you're saying? Just give me a moment. Let me just take it out of the room for a second. I just want to, whatever works for you, whatever kind of components like that. Okay. Here's another thing, and some of you may be very aware. Is this helpful? Okay. Is those of you in male-female relationships, long-term. Okay. I'm just focusing on that for a moment, which isn't everybody here. Male-female relationships, men and women communicate differently. We just do. It's not that one is better than the other, but we just do. Okay, I learned this in each relationship I did got a little bit better. Okay, so what I found was women need to discuss and process a little bit more than men. And also the centers that I ran. We had a center, 9 staff, and we had at one time 6 women and 3 men. And sometimes I think about the men and I think, God, you know, God bless, because we needed to discuss it more. We you know, in our decision-making process, nothing wrong with it, we had a different way. We wanted it around, it might go on for 3 days, but then we got to the conclusion and we felt good about it. The guys made a decision like that. Okay, and later lived with the ramifications. It was a poor decision, and then they'd kind of fix up the mess after, and it was okay, and they didn't dwell on it, and they didn't ruminate. So I learned a lot from that. And they learned from us that maybe had we thought and talked it out a little bit more, we might have, so we compromised. So it's about compromise. Relationships about compromise. Whether you're male, female, or female, female, male, male. Compromise is a key thing. But just know if you are in male, female, and I did this once with friends of mine. My friend, he's a lovely guy. His wife is wonderful. She's from Taiwan. He's white American. And I visited them some years ago in another part of the country. And there's discussion, and the wife works part-time at home, and they have 4 kids, and blah, blah, blah. And so she kept all weekend bringing up about this part-time job she was offered. And she wanted his input. She wanted to kind of discuss it with him, but she wanted to discuss it for a few days. She was still thinking about it. And he was like, the Friday night, he's like, okay, yeah, it sounds great. Done. So Saturday morning, she revisits it, and Saturday afternoon, and Saturday night. And by Sunday, he said, I thought we already discussed this. I thought you were doing the job. And they had a fight. So later, I was with him, and then he said, oh, I'm sorry. And I said, no. I said, this is because I was at our community in California, seeing a similar thing. And I said, no, what I've learned is that, we just need more time to think about it, and we want to discuss it. So once we're done discussing it, that's good. It's usually over. And one of the things we had to deal with our guys in our community was sometimes a woman would carry it on after the decision was made, and the guy said, that needs to stop. Like when the decision got made, you've had enough time to digest all the pros and cons. Can you then say that's enough talking about it? And we agreed. We said, yep, we'll be done. And the guy said, and we will discuss more to come to the conclusion. It was a great compromise. It was very harmonious. So when I said that to him, I said, I think women just want to discuss more and make sure they've covered every angle. And he said, you're right, I forget that. He goes, she does like to do that more. And I said, yeah, sometimes you just need to give some space to hear her out and make sure you're listening to the different angles, and that's how we communicate, like that. And I learned also from my last boyfriend, who's a lovely guy. We got ordained together. He's a lovely guy. Yeah. We did. Best way to break up, right? He only lasted 2.5 years as a monk, so, but we're in good contact. But when we were together, also guys are, and this is stereotypical, but they are our hunter-gatherers. This is like a tribal, ancestral thing. Our hunter-gatherers. They provide for us. We who take care of the home and the hearth, keep the fire burning, okay? So I was living in this rural place, the Redwoods. We needed wood for the winter, wood stove. I personally had a lot of difficulty chopping it myself, but I was a really good stacker. Okay, so my idea was, let's do it together. Let me know when you're free to do the wood. We need to do it. It needs to be seasoned. Winter's coming, whatever. So let me know, can you let me know when do you want to do the wood? Because I'd like to help. And I can stack it and it'll go a lot faster. And does that seem reasonable? Okay. All the women go, yeah. And the guys are like, they're not sure, okay? So he would not respond. Yeah. All right? Or it was me with a construction project at the center. This is so funny, this stuff. It's good to get it out and talk about it, but this construction project at the center, we built a cabin or something, right? Well, the molding wasn't finished around the window. Like, there were things that weren't finished. So I kept asking the guy doing it, when are you going to finish it? Huh? I said, you're aware it's not finished, right? Yeah, well, we'd like to finish it, and then we'll move on to another thing. So it's been there's certain different views. So what happened with my boyfriend, when we finally talked about it, he wouldn't respond. Then I got accused of nagging, because I would ask him again and again. And then I said, but if you responded to me, I wouldn't ask you again. Responded. So what he felt was when I asked him, it threatened him. He's like, I got it all handled, the wood. So when I asked him, it basically went into him that he wasn't providing for me. It kind of, so it was interesting for me to hear that, because I went, okay, well, why didn't you say that? I won't ask you again, but I'm concerned about the wood. I want to be warm this winter. In order for that to happen, we need wood. But so basically, just having the communication can be so helpful to basically remove your story that gets going. I got a story going. What's his problem? Why is he being so obstinate? Why can't he discuss with me? What have I done to bother him? Why are we living here together? You know, why can't he become a monk now? Right? I mean, what, you know, but you just start a story, and sometimes it gets very extreme. It's not true, the story. But we have these little hurts and little places in us and little ideas. Like, he might have wanted one day to do it all on his own and surprise me. He was that kind of guy. So for me, suddenly pushing him to answer takes away his ability to surprise. Because I'm planning, like, okay, well, then we'll do it Friday. Okay. But he wanted to surprise me. And so there's all these other things going on for people. You know, so just give them the benefit of the doubt that there's another side to the story and try to find some kind of harmonious communication. Okay, does that help with the antagonism and things like that? And sometimes how do I work with it on the cushion, off the cushion? Yes?
I think it's really interesting the case you brought up. Yeah.
Wait, are you not Ezra, are you?
No.
No, sorry, I thought it looks like, he looked a little bit like your son, sorry. Right. I thought you're sitting near them, so
what do you do? It's kind of funny, but when you mention these stories, because they're very familiar, but somebody asks you a question or there's that tense situation, and all you have is the feeling, and you don't really know why yet. And so I think that's sometimes where the silence comes from, because there's some tension, you're upset, but you actually don't even know why. And so, you know, if anything comes out, it's just going to be, it just fuels a fire because you don't even know why you're upset.
Right. So I would then take it back to your cushion. Then you can analyze why you're upset and figure out what's going on. And maybe you can just say to them, I have friends that have these little, develop your own system of what you can say is, I can't talk about that right now. Can you just give me some space? At least there's some kind of something where I would have said, okay, fair enough. But to not say anything is not helpful, frankly. I don't think that's helpful. I'll put it this way, it's not helpful for women. I'll just tell you that right now. Nothing drives me crazier. It's why I'm a nun, okay? Much happier. I just, my dad and I are in these things now. Maybe you guys, I mentioned the building trades. Why don't contractors call you back? What's that about? I don't understand, right? I just find that not helpful on the planet to not respond personally. Just even a one-word thing. You could make up your own thing. Stupa. You know what I'm saying? We did this once at a center for a retreat. We hosted a month-long retreat with Rinpoche, 80 people for a month, holding that energy. The staff, we hired extra staff. It was great. We were wonderful staff, right? And so we decided we were going to meet daily, just even a check-in. Is everything going okay? Okay, great. Or no, this person's sick, or we need extra food for this such and such. We need somebody in the kitchen. But what we decided is our little trigger was stupa. We had a beautiful stupa there, like you do. And we just said, when we get kind of lost and somebody's going downhill, just remember the stupa. And that'll at least bring some ground until we get together, until we, so maybe you just say to them, stupa or love, as your thing of like, I hear you, but I have to think about that right now. I'm not sure. That's helpful, like that. And then you can go and take your own stuff and figure out, why does that attack me? Why does that hurt me and make me kind of rattled or fearful or whatever? And then you can figure it out like that. Is that helpful? That's just a suggestion from my limited biased viewpoint as a woman, okay? And guys, you can check in with us, and like my boyfriend said to me later, like, that was helpful. That made me feel that I wasn't good enough. Okay, well, I was like, oh. I said, well, I didn't mean that at all. I totally think you're more than good enough. So that's helpful to hear, but everybody expresses themselves differently. I do know somebody in my life, a female, when she gets upset, she shuts down. How many of you are in this boat? Shuts down and won't speak for 3 days. So it's not just men. It's, and somebody's reaching out and saying, let's talk about it. So if you have somebody that shuts down, doesn't want to speak, represses, whatever, and the other person really likes to confront, compromise. Compromise. It doesn't mean then for the confronter you need to deal with it right now. The other person doesn't want to deal with it right now. So instead of 3 days, why don't you say, just let me have today. I don't want to talk about it today. Let's try tomorrow. Compromise. So you don't have to confront it right now, which you want to get to the bottom of it. That doesn't work for the other person. You got to find a compromise. Right? Does it work like that? You try. Or become ordained, okay? No, it's not for everybody. You can have great relationships. I had my last relationship, many of them were great. I'm in touch with many of my old partners. My last partner was great. Every time I got a little better in relationship. Learn, that's what you're doing. And over a long relationship, one of my dear friends in Austin, Texas, has a great relationship with his wife. They've got 3 kids, great kids. He and his wife, they're always working on their relationship. He says, we grow our relationship. They change. They're different people. They're not the same people they were when they were 25, 30 years later. So they work on it. They understand the little pockets they get into. Over there, they have their things, their activities, their friends, and they're constantly evolving. Mostly it's easy, but you get hung up. So they work on it, and they learn a lot more from it. And they're really great. And then they work for their church, and they counsel new couples that are going to get married. I think it's great. Because it's a good relationship. So I'd prefer. And then we have the blah, blah, blah people as well. Remember my friends? Maybe you have a little catch thing you make up that when somebody hurls a missile at you verbally, and you can just, how football players, it's not like, it's like you catch it and you rotate it, and then what I heard you say was blah, 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 blah. But what I think you meant was, I really love that you're my partner. And, right, I mean, you can really, I think it's funny, you can make humor with it, which is what my friends do, and they're quite harmonious. And they have snits sometimes, because everybody does. So I hope that's helpful, because that's a really key thing with our relationships, the everyday relationships. Again, I mentioned yesterday, practice active listening. Are you listening really well to what they're saying? Are they saying it again because you didn't hear it the first time? Are we so distracted in our mind with all of our lists and scattered by the internet and TV and things that I think I heard what you're saying, but I misheard? That happens a lot. So I'm responding from there, and people say, I didn't say that. I've heard that a lot, where couples get off the track, and then there's tension. So going on a little bit more about where anger comes from, we've talked a lot about this, comes from inappropriate attention towards somebody or a thing that causes you harm, causes your friends harm, harms you. Again, the inappropriate attention gives rise to an emotion of anger that wants to harm them. Inappropriate attention, let's look at this, an unreasonable mental factor that engages an object in a biased way. Like I said before, anger underestimates. Attachment over-embellishes, for instance. Anger underestimates the truth. Attachment over-embellishes the truth.
Can you repeat again?
Yes. Inappropriate attention is an unreasonable mental factor. Unreasonable that engages objects in a biased way. And again, inherent existence, let's go back to this. Intrinsic nature, same word. Concrete existence, independent existence, existing from its own side with its own nature or character. All synonyms. It indicates an unchanging situation that's frozen in time or space, does not come from any products or parts, doesn't have any parts. So an inherently existent person, that person is a jerk for all time that you feel about an enemy, the person you don't like in your life or at work or in your community, and they seem to be appearing like that for all time. There's probably somebody at the center you don't really like. And every time you interact with them, it's a pain in the butt, right? But everybody in the world would have to see them that way, if they inherently exist that way. Okay, so these are just ways to diffuse a little bit. Your anger and attachment depend on your having the thought of yourself. Okay, so for anger, for instance, it depends on how I perceive myself. We talked about a lot of this yesterday, the exercise of how do you see yourself arising? How does that, it all comes in relation to ourselves. It's the way I perceive myself. So if you threaten that, I'll get angry. Okay, the way I'm perceiving myself, though, is inaccurate. Okay? Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, there's a passage I was saying when she was talking with somebody that was dying that I think was somebody famous she had talked to was dying, and she said, "Aren't you upset you're going to die so young?" I think it was an athlete or something. And then the person was very humble, and he said, "Well, who am I? I'm not a big shot. Why shouldn't I die? Everybody dies." Like, it was a different view. But the eye gets very threatened. You get a cancer diagnosis, everything threatened. The prisoner I was working with, I mentioned, it's on the website, the survival mechanism is so strong, the eye. So he said to me at one point, I said, "I can't believe," this is like a week before, I said, "Sometimes, Daniel, it's so surreal to me, I can't believe it's happening." And he said, "Yeah," he said, "Me too, but," he said, "I've been thinking about this for 19 years. Like in 19-year death, he'd been on death row for 19 years. He said, I have to tell you, I've been thinking about this. This isn't," but in the last 2 hours of his life, unbelievable, nervousness comes up. He was very, very nervous and still very composed, but all of a sudden, like suddenly, they're really threatening. So that survival instinct and the eye being... So afflictive emotions arise out of extremes, like this. But let me talk about some other extremes. We want to also be careful. I want to talk about the two truths. We've talked about conventional reality. Conventional reality. When I hold this up, everybody says it's a pen. We have a convention, an agreement. That's what it means. We agree with our language in this part of the world, this is a pen. Okay? Some people say that's mistaken reality. But there is a conventional pen, and you have a conventional self, an I, that you need to protect, you need to take care of. You need to have it perform responsibly. Going to work, taking care of family and friends, paying a mortgage, feeding yourself. Like that. So there is a conventional thing that exists, but you want to understand how my self exists. Is self labeled on my body and mind, or Amy labeled on the parts of my body, a head and a torso and appendages, or a valid basis designation of an American nun, or anything like that. Amy labeled on that by the mind. Because if an inherently existent Amy was born in the delivery room of the hospital where I was born, inherently existent Amy for all time came out, the entire delivery room staff would say, "Oh, it's Amy. Oh, look, it's Amy." But instead, baby girl came out. Then parents labeled the name, Amy arises, like that. Or what could have arisen is the little fleshy thing and the little pink thing with the body and the four appendages came out, and then they labeled on it as it came out, baby girl. Then the baby girl comes into existence. Like that. Because inherent existence would be baby girl, would be that for all things. If you take a colony of ants with that conglomeration of matter, and it could be food, it could be a colony for them. They don't know baby girl. They don't have that experience like that. Okay. So you got the two truths, the conventional reality, there's ultimate reality, emptiness. Ultimate reality. So emptiness confuses us, the term. So let's use the word absence or lack of. All the same, absence or lack of. Because what ultimate reality means that things lack, they do not have, or they're absent of having inherent nature, this concrete, unchangeable existence. That's what things lack in order to exist. So you never have emptiness without dependent origination. You never have emptiness without dependent origination. Okay? The Heart Sutra. Form is emptiness. Okay? So the fact that I do exist The very fact that I do exist means that I had to come from other parts and causes and conditions, and the mind imputing on a configuration of molecules and things. It came from other things, okay? Because inherent existence doesn't change, doesn't come from parts or things, doesn't come from parents, like that. So the fact that I do exist means that I'm a dependent arising. I arise in dependence on causes and conditions, parts, and my mind labeling on the data that's out there. Form is emptiness, okay? Emptiness is form, okay? Empty. The fact that because I lack inherent nature means I exist as a dependent arising. Because I do not have inherent nature, which is a frozen, unchangeable entity, no parts, nothing like that. Because I'm like that, I'm a product. And because I'm a product, I lack any inherent nature. Okay? And because I am empty of inherent nature, I don't have that concrete kind of existence, that means I come from other things, I arise in dependence on other things. I'm a dependent arising. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Form means, dependent arising means, it has to be empty to exist, and because it's empty of inherent nature, it arises dependently on other things. Does that make sense? I know it takes you have to think about this. You have to think about this. If it's certainly the first time you heard it, you need to reflect on this deeply. This is listening, reflecting, meditating. Okay, right now you're listening, do reflect on it. Do spend some time later today, because you just get the teaching. Go back and really think about it. Go back and think about it. Like that. Then we'll do some meditation as well. Okay? So the other thing you want to avoid are something called the two extremes. The two extremes. Okay? One extreme, I might call it materialism. This tends to be the way we engage with our reality. Reification, I'm also going to call it. Reification, or concretization. Concretization. Concretizing something. Okay? Making it solid. Okay? And what that means is, this is the way we normally engage with our reality. My car. My kid. My house. My pen. Myself. So there's an ownership, a territorialness, and a little bit of an edge, a wall. Sometimes a big edge and wall. Emptiness tends to melt the edges quite a bit. But normally we go through space. Everything's okay with my friends and stuff. Go to the shop. I'm coming out in the parking lot, and now I see somebody open their door into my car. Into my car. Just dented my car. And then it can fuel a delusion. Unless you're practicing, unless you understand how the whole thing came about. Karmic seed in my consciousness to have my car dinged. I have dinged other people's cars. I did not intend to. That person didn't seem to intend to. Their arm is full of packages. They look a little older. They're carrying a kid. Things happen. If I decide to respond negatively to them, karma says, I'm going to repeat this situation until I get it right. And that's going to come back as suffering to me. This is samsara. Cars get dinged. That's the nature of the car. See what I mean? Several tools right there in the box. Several tools. You want to just practice again and again, reminding yourself. Take one tool at a time. Samsara. Why don't you just start there? Samsara. There's my samsara tool. That means things suck. Does. That means cars get dinged. So what if you just walking around the parking lot? Okay. Samsara. That's all. Just, Then maybe you use another tool. I've done that. I let the car door flung out, hit somebody's car, little scrape. Yeah, well, I don't think they meant it. There's another tool you can employ, right? Maybe third tool. What's the person's experience hitting your car? I see they've got a screaming, kicking kid in their arms. It's not easy. A little spaciousness like that. Little compassion. Again, creating healthy relationships. I mentioned this morning, creating healthy relationships with people. Maybe they need help. We're alienated. You hit my car. Well, then there's alienation. We have enough of that in the world. That's where war comes from. Okay? So slowly, these are the little things you want to employ and use, but you have to use some of it in meditation. And then you've got a great community here. Some of you are friends here. Remind each other. Some of you come as partners here. Great. You play with it at home. You remind each other. You know, you're pissed off at your partner, they did this, and then kind of say, well, I'm kind of irritated right now because it looked like you just, you just dissed what I said, you ignored me, and you're going about, but I just asked something, and so what's going on here? Just gently put it out there. You live 30 years with somebody, at least can do that kind of stuff, can have that kind of dance together. You're intimate partners, like that. Okay? So, this investment, I also use language sometimes. So sometimes I do talk about the car I drive instead of my car. The pen I'm using, the room in which I stay, house in which I live. Like sometimes it can diffuse a little bit of the, it's really hard with our kids. That's a hard one. Or our partners and things, people. I guess you could talk about the husband. The wife, right? But we've been playing a little bit with noticing this thought, me. Okay. Let me talk a bit about, there's so many juicy things here. What we did yesterday was contemplate how strong emotions arise, how it's all in this recognition of yourself. Recognition of the inherent I comes out. Okay, let me talk about the way we normally analyze in a more traditional approach. And I might come back to some of this glorious stuff. The 4-part analysis. Okay? 4-part analysis. So we've done a lot of looking at this I, how it arises. It's traditional approach, and then we're going to do some meditation on it. And if you need a break before that, we'll take a quick break. Is the 4-part analysis is the first part is the hardest part of the meditation, and that's what I've been trying. That's why I spent a lot of time on this. Is finding it's called the object of. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, I skipped something. The 2 extremes. Let me go back to that. Sorry. Concretization, materialism, you might call it. The way we interact with most things. It's concretized, it's one extreme. Everything exists inherently. The table, the car, the book, that's how we mostly engage with stuff, and that's what our culture reinforces. So 9/11, America is attacked, and the towers fall down, and it's horrible. There's no question it's horrible. So the indignation of the president of the time or the country, whatever, the indignation, there's the I arising, is that. And so I think in some ways, it was awful. There's nothing saying about that. But we had an opportunity. We were down on our knees, I would say, like that. So there was an opportunity to possibly engage in dialogue with the attackers. The whole world at that time, my experience was, I was out of the country at the time, my experience from mixing with other people is they all had our backs. They were waiting for our response. This is just my interpretation. But I really felt like people were really like, we're so sorry this happened, right? Then we decided on a path of vengeance. That was a decision made by our government. Now you might say, no, it's not vengeance. But what I remember was turning on a TV in a hotel far away, because we got stuck outside of the country for 2 days. I was leading a pilgrimage. And I was informed when I went to the airline check-in counter in Kathmandu, I'm sorry, madam, but you can't fly today because the United States is closed. That's what I was told. It was bizarre. I was like, I never heard that before. Like I just pictured, Uncle Sam with 2 big metal doors and went, no entry. United States is closed. So we're stuck outside the country. I turn on the TV, get this thing, and immediately there's this response of our president at the time saying, well, we're going to show them. That's what I remembered, right? So, there were other things, but one of the things I remember is I was like, how are they going to respond? What's going to happen? This is awful. What are they going to do? And many different responses. So I just thought if I was a kid at that time, and I saw that, it layers an imprint for me of you get back. Somebody attacks you, you should attack back. I don't know, what's your feeling? Am I being wrong? Am I being too progressive? Or any other feelings about it? Does it protect us? I'll put it this way. Has it protected us? Seriously, for me, I'm not, does it protect us from more terrorism and more violence like that? Something to think about. But I just thought for a kid, kids are very impressionable. They watch TV. Maybe they didn't watch the news like that, but you see, and they're very impressionable. So it tells you should get back. And now I'm not saying there might have been people to reason with. Maybe there weren't. Maybe there wasn't anyone who wanted to talk to us, but there was a little opportunity there to have a little slightly different response. So one of the things is reification. It exists concretely. This is what you have to do. You're attacked, you attack back. No understanding of karma and no understanding of the other person's perspective. Without bodhicitta, you're not at all considering the other person's perspective. Okay, this is a blessing of this kind of Buddhism. Blessing of Buddhism, period. Okay? We have the teachings on bodhicitta, and the secret method, there's two methods, but the secret method from Master Shantideva is equalizing and exchanging oneself with others. So there's a passage in it where you consider the other person's perspective. You kind of be them. Now, you're not really going to be them, but as we have in our culture, the expression, put yourself in someone else's shoes. Why couldn't our government do that at the time? Because I saw pictures on the internet of Al-Qaeda training camps, let's say, right? Okay, a lot of the people there are have-nots, what I will label have-nots. We are haves in this room. I don't know all your story, but we're haves. We have privilege. We have some leisure on us. There's a lot of have-nots in the world. There's a lot of have-nots. So if you're angry and you're poor trying to feed your family, right? This happened to one of my friends. He was with a team of lawyers. They represented the first Guantanamo Bay case that went to trial, Hamdan versus Rumsfeld. He was one on the team of lawyers. Yusuf Hamdan was a Yemeni national and very poor, fourth grade education, and learned to drive to provide for somebody. Got a driver's license, which was a big deal. Got a driver's license, got jobs, taxi, and was offered a job driving for somebody very important. And they paid him more money, and he took the job. What would you do? I'd take the job, frankly, if I was him. The person he drove was Osama bin Laden. He was his driver. So he was brought to trial. He was in Guantanamo Bay for 5 years. Was Hitler's driver ever prosecuted? Right? Something to think about, right? So this guy, this team of lawyers, and then the reason I was bringing this up, zip, come back. The have-nots. So thank you, the have-nots. So what happens is what if we understood their position? And I saw this training video. There's thousands of people. They kill one line of people. There's thousands more behind them. And they're just people trying to feed themselves. Does hatred start up and they train them that way? Possibly, sure. Why? Because they're kept in poverty. They don't have any way, and then we've got this world. So I saw this thing recently on the internet. It stunned me. Did you see this where they took, if you had 100 people that represented the entire world? Did you see this? Yeah. So was it something like the people that made more than $500 a month was how many? One of the 100? Do you understand what I mean? There's many, many have-nots, right? If you're a have-not and you see some rich countries like continuing to keep you as a have-not, I would be angry. I'd be a little frustrated, right? So what we want to do is just as a Buddhist, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to get into all this political things because you're probably like, shut up, you commie pig, okay? Sorry. What I wanted to just talk about is having the view of the other person can we in our own world have the view a little bit, I'm really frustrated with this person. I love to talk to people from different political parties, really, because it educates me. I don't want to just talk to people with my view. I know that view already. I'd like to hear why, I want to talk to angry Muslims to know what's going on. That's how I learned about all these have-nots and what goes on. They're not bad people, some of these people. I mean, there's also, it's the fundamentalists of any view that keeps the reification going. That's the reification. You're staunch in your view. This is the right view. That's what reification does. But it's basically concretizing everything, especially myself, as if I exist unchanging and permanent that I will exist for all time. So don't ever threaten this or my agenda or my family or my friends. Okay. What's the other person's view? Okay, so reification, one extreme. We want to avoid that. Then you have nihilism. Nothing exists. Reification, everything exists concretely. Nihilism, nothing exists. That's also mistaken. That's an extreme. You can't step in front of the bus, oh, I'm empty, it doesn't matter. The bus will kill you. Okay? That's nihilism. Nothing exists, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter, my life doesn't matter. No, that's not. So the Buddha found the middle way. The middle way. So he was sitting in the starvation mode. He felt that was one of the austerities he went through to get enlightened. And then he was sitting by the river near Bodh Gaya in an area you can visit called Sujata. I think I have a picture of our group at Sujata last December. We took a pilgrimage group there. And what he was doing was sitting by the river. A musician went by in a canoe, in a little boat, with tuning an instrument, a stringed instrument. And the musician said in order for the instrument to play perfectly, it can be tuned neither too tightly nor too loosely. And the Buddha had this realization suddenly, the middle way. Not one extreme or the other, the middle way, is that things do exist, empty of inherent nature, and because they're empty of inherent nature, they exist by depending on other things. They arise dependently on other things and are dependent arisings, the middle way. The four-part analysis. The first part is the object of negation you want to find. What that means is an object that appears to you to be substantially existent, inherently existent, concretely existing. You can do it in relation to yourself or phenomena, things, objects, okay? Appears to be inherently existing, okay? But what that first part is an object you will not find. That's why it's called the object of negation, or the object of, it's another word we sometimes use for it, refutation. An object you will refute, not find. Same thing, object of negation. That's the hardest part of calling, and we're going to do it, we're going to call up the I. So I've been spending so much time talking about it. Okay, not a conventional I, that you are sitting here in a room, hearing, listening, that's a conventional I, labeled on the body. But then you get this, when you get very fearful, very angry, it'll arise. I'll ask you to call that up in your mind, okay? Part number 2. They'll ask you, traditionally in Tibetan, what is the pervasion? What's the pervasion? And what that means is, if that I exists, I have this sense of myself that's very strong. I feel it. I'm aware of it. There it is. It's not something subtle you're looking for. If it's there, I should be able to find it somewhere. It has to be findable. You're going to find it. You're going to go looking for it. So what you want to do is the pervasion is, what are the possibilities of where it can exist? What's the pervasion? So point number 2 is, and just give me an idea, where would you find the I, the sense of yourself? Where would you look? In the mind? Yep, that's one. That's one part of one. Where else would you look? Where would it be? In the body, thank you. So you got body, mind. That's one of the possibilities. Body, mind, because it's me. It's got to be somewhere in the body or mind. If I don't find it there, where else would it be? Not there. What would that mean? If it's not in the body and mind, where is it? The space. It's outside the body and mind. Okay, I'm getting more specific. It's outside the body or mind. Okay, is there any other area you'd look? Both? Well, you're going to look in the body and mind. Yeah, so that would cover that part, the body and mind. And then not in the body and mind, well, it's going to be separate from that or outside of that. And they say there's no other place to look, because that's everything. That covers pretty much everything. Okay? So that's number 2, the pervasion. Okay? Number 3 is a long space. You're going to take longest part of the meditation. You're going to look, like they say with the accuracy of a spy, you're going to look in the body and mind first. I start with the body. When you first do emptiness meditation like this, you need to take time. You don't want to jump to a conclusion. You go, I already know, you know. No, you need to take the time to convince yourself it's not in the body and mind, and it's not outside the body and mind. So I'll give you an example. To find something, you've got this I that arises. You get angry at somebody. There it is. You're going to hold that in a part of your mind. Okay? And then what I'm going to do with another part of the mind is I've got to find, I feel that, I feel it. You might feel it here. You might feel it here. You might feel it in your stomach. Okay? There it is, I feel it. So it's got to be there. So let me look in the body. So what you need to do, and this gets very specific, if you're going to look for the I in your body, that means you have to find something that's in the same nature as the I, identical to the I in your body. This is the hard part for people. You have to find something that's identical to the I. So some people say, I think it's my heart. It's in my heart. Okay, let's get specific. The heart has many parts. There's only one I. So which part of the heart is the I? Which part of the heart's the same as the I? Left ventricle? Right ventricle? Aorta? You know, you say the aorta. It's in the aorta. Well, the aorta has many parts. Which part? The top part? Inside? The outside? The lower part? It's only one eye. If it was the same as the aorta, there'd be many eyes. This is the way you analyze, slowly. We're going to do it with how to meditate. I'm just going to read from how to meditate. I'm going to read part of that. Because it's a great emptiness meditation you can take on from here. And that's how you do it, is you'd open a book. You can even hold it down with spaces that are something heavier and sit, and you read a couple sentences. Is it there? Is it like that? She lays it out in a very palatable way to consider. But I'm just giving you a little bit more detailed of how I would lead a meditation, a little bit more traditionally. So you analyze. People go, heart, okay, maybe it's my bloodstream. It's my skin. Skin has many pores. Which part of the skin? You know, well, it's this mole. No, it's that. It's this part. It's this. You know, it's so what happens is you go through the body. You have to get skillful. Could be very small, the eye. It's hiding under your kidney. Look under, is it there, under the kidney? Is it tissue? So you have to get very skillful. Is it somewhere, am I finding something identical? It's my hair. Well, there's many hairs. Which hair is it? Okay, so then you look in the mind. Mind, you have many thoughts, experiences, feelings, emotions, memories, behavioral traits. So is the I when I'm happy? It can't be all of them because there's only one I. It can't be all of that. Is it, well, the I's there when I'm happy, but now I'm angry. And it's there. Or now I feel afraid and the I feels there. You understand a little bit? Slowly? Takes time. So you analyze in the mind. A lot of people get to the mental consciousness. I think my I is the mental consciousness, which is these moments of awareness. Moments of awareness, but there's moments, plural. Is it the present moment, is my I? That's more mind-only school. They'd say that concretely exists. You know, is it the, or it's a storehouse consciousness, they might say, concretely exists, like this, if you go into tenets. And so you want a mental consciousness. Well, even the present moment, if you say that's identical, that's where that very strong sense of myself resides, even the present moment can be further broken down into a beginning, a middle, and an end. You could even break down the beginning into the beginning, the middle beginning, and the end beginning. Really, you have to get very specific. That's why this is hard for people. We get bored. So this takes a while. I'll give you some time, but we'll go through the way she does very nice, okay? That's number 3, looking through the body and mind thoroughly. Do you find the I in the body and mind? Let's say you don't find it there. Then what you do is you step out of the body and mind. Separate. Just in the meditation, let it go, and I'm going to look in everything else. And what happens for some people is it's not there. It's not outside the body and mind. And you might even, when you're doing it well, sometimes people get a little scared. A little like, it's not there. This very strong sense of myself is not there. So there's an ancient book, a story of an ancient teaching where they're meditating on emptiness at a monastery, and one of the monks, comes, and I'll put it this way, he gets to what's called the absence, the not finding. That's meditation on emptiness. Right, that's what kind of appears, the absence, the not finding. So you have to be clear, it's a negation. Hang on one second. Okay. It's a negation, okay? So it's not space. Some people go, I found the space. That's a meditation on the nature of mind. That's different. That's an affirmative. Space. Something that exists, okay? What's going to happen is you want to convince yourself it's not there. And when you get into that space, then you want to take your shine and apply it there as long as you can to deepen the experience. It fades again, and you're going to go back and analyze more quickly. It's not in the body, it's not in the mind, and find the absence. Stay with the not finding, it's not there, okay? And apply your concentration as deeply as you can there. That's how we deepen our experience of emptiness, our understanding of emptiness. But it's a not finding. So one last thing I wanted to just mention in this. So in the ancient story, the monk in the meditation suddenly comes to the not finding, this little fear arises, good sign, grabs his shirt collar. This is called a donka, monks and nuns shirt, just to kind of make sure he's there, okay? It's effective. It's an effective thing when you're like, grabs it, and then the teacher says, I see that Tupten Tashi found the eye on the lapel of his donka, right? So it's a funny story, but so that can be a good sign, but sometimes we're confused how it's going when we first meditate on it. But again, it's this not finding. Staying in that space, deepening it as long as you can with your concentration. That's how we combine shine with emptiness meditation. And then you have the combination as you deepen that experience of the meditation of applying the vipassana awareness with mental quiescence, like that, combining those to have a direct perception of emptiness. Okay? Question?
Statement. At the same time, when you go to grab your lapel,
Here she is. Where is she?
Non-self-existent, nowhere to be found. At the moment of grabbing onto the lapel, a feeling of great dizziness can arise, and a feeling of real fear can arise, because you feel like you're existing in endless, bottomless space. You're not standing on anything, and it can be quite scary. So you just sit there until the sensation of fear disappears, and then you concentrate really hard on that. As Rinpoche said at Light of the Path last year, when you feel that fear arising, that's a good sign.
Yes.
Don't stop. Keep going deeper.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's right. Thank you. And then the other thing I want to get to. What happened? Siri knows everything, right? Siri knows everything. Furthering that from Rinpoche and the Light of the Path, I want to refresh you from yesterday. This negation, the not finding, okay? This inherently exists in I, this sense of yourself, that is the cause of all of your suffering. This is the cause of all of your problems, okay? This misknowing of how you exist and how phenomena exist. And then Rinpoche says the I appears. You get angry. There it is. The sense of the I, okay? Decorated by your ignorance. Decorated by your ignorance. The I arises, the inherently existent I, okay? And Rinpoche goes on, you trust that. And you trust that. That's the source of all your suffering. But that we sign up to trust. But we don't want to spend time practicing. You know, that's why right now, I find in degenerate times, they call this, you know, it's so incredible to practice. We're so distracted. It's so hard to get it, to see the value. Because we've got all these other kind of minorly pleasurable experiences we're grabbing onto, but it's like sand through your fingers. Nothing lasting there. And we are in the age of distraction. And it's so hard to practice. Like I said, I've heard all the excuses and they're getting more and more sophisticated, right? They really are. So try to really think about, how am I going to work this in my life? To get a little bit of it going this time round, if you can. Like you deserve it for yourself, for your future lives. Maybe you don't all believe in that, okay? But I also sometimes wake up, or I have something really good going on in my life, and all of a sudden I'll have this little like flash and I'll be like, and thank you to whomever did all the work to get me here. Somebody in my past life, somebody did a tremendous amount of work. You know, could have been many lives, but putting in some effort and stuff to get me into robes and to get me into the Dharma, and like, thank you. And to get me into being a have in a life of privilege. Like, okay, but the privilege also comes with a lot of distraction. So less renunciation. Sometimes if you're a have-not, it's easier to kind of renounce. We talked about the Tibetan and Sherpa nuns get to the nunneries. For them, and Jetsunma Tenzin Palmo, wonderful talk that's on the internet of the first few 14 or 15 minutes of it, I think it was, or something. A friend passed it on to me and she's like, this is your life, right? She talks about the life of Western nuns, the lack of support in the States in particular, in the West. Very bad support, right? She said, but the Western nuns are the ones that gave something up. They had careers, they had families, they had lives, they had apartments, they had things. They actually chose to give it up. She said the Himalayan nuns didn't have any of that. It was their only way to get educated was to go to the nunnery. And it was their only way of living a life on their own for most of them. Otherwise, they get married and have kids. So it's very interesting, and you can look at this on. She gave a paper at the Sakyadhita conference, which is a Buddhist women's conference that happens every year or so. And she presented this paper about that. And I was so moved because I'm like shocked about our isolation. There's no support for us. And, you know, the patriarchal tradition we're often in, and it's quite challenging like that. Our culture doesn't really support and things like that. So not as generous. So it's interesting. So this I, again, let's go back to the I. You trust that, which is a complete hallucination. You trust that, which is complete hallucination, okay? And then it's decorated by your ignorance. Your ignorance embellishes it, concretizes it, hangs on to it. Am I communicating? But understand, you want to hear it again and again, you know? So we're going to turn our phones off now, okay? Because we're going to do some meditation. So if you can turn them off, because what happens is when it vibrates, your mind goes there. So at least give me that much. Okay? I mean, at least and it's for you, really. So what I want to ask you, we're supposed to end at 3:30. Do you need a bathroom break or to stretch? Okay. How about like 10 minutes, 10 minutes? Can we do it quickly? 5 minutes, bathroom break, stand up and stretch if you want, and then we're going to do a meditation on emptiness. Okay? Yes. Yes. I think I might quickly go to the bathroom too. Oh, let me. desperate, like in a good way, of just really wanting people to practice, and I need to do my own practice and work on my mind, but I just see how people suffer so much, and it's so painful, and we can get so alienated, based on mistaken conceptions. So it's just kind of like you can be happier. That's what it's about. And I just can't urge enough. I can't do it for you. I wish I could, because I do it. If the Buddhists could enlighten us, they would. But it's not the way it works. So you have to make some effort. And what happens is, be careful, because our patterns, I asked you yesterday about familiarization. What is your mind familiar with? What are your habits? And then what happens is, the habit is there's a break, so I go to my phone. Right? Why don't you have a break where you're looking at your mind? You're in a doctor's office waiting. I'm never bored again, because I got my mind there. It's a whole adventure, looking at your mind, or saying a mantra, or just countering something, and you come out in a break and everything's a product. Kind of looking. So what you're doing is you're trying to familiarize your mind with that. Familiarize your mind with your practice, because we're spending hours a day doing other things. It's your choice. I know it's hard. I know it's hard in this world right now. But they also said in a degenerate time, and I was talking to a teacher in England, a very good teacher in England, and and he said he's semi-retired, so he's made a lot of time for retreat and meditation. What else do you have to do when you're retired, if you're on this path, right? And he just said that in the degenerate time, sometimes they'll say it's harder to practice, but for those that really want it and are going for it, you can shoot right through the eye of the needle. So it's a very little space there, but you can do it. It's, if you're tired of suffering and things keep showing up, and one day you're going to die, and where's your mind going to be? You ready for that? You ready for that moment? Will you be lying there saying your Vajrasattva mantras like Daniel Lucas? Have that presence of mind, have my practice there informing me? Will I be doing Tonglen? Or am I going to be freaking out? We don't know, right? So it's about am I going to be reaching for my phone when I'm dying? Or what, Like I'm just saying, using an example, are you going to have some horror movie coming up in your mind because that's what you're watching a lot of, or some garbage stuff like that? So it's something to think about. So sorry I get so please do this, we need you. So just a couple more things before we do the meditation that I'm just going to read this time out of just other things to think about. The conception that apprehends falsely existing things as truly existing is so common. It's so habitual that it too may distort perception. Okay, so for instance, look at how our concepts control our perceptions. Our interests direct our senses. We see what we want to see, right? At least that's what we look for, and meanwhile we overlook everything else. Doesn't that happen a lot? Right? So the fundamental ignorance is kind of glossing over. So then I kind of gravitate to these people. That looks kind of safe and things. And this person looks a little different than the people I hang out with, so I don't think I'm going to go there. And they could be the kindest, most wonderful person. It's interesting. So it's just an interesting way of looking. There's another thing I wanted to mention. I mentioned about applying the concentration, your shine, using the analysis in emptiness, okay? So the word yoga, to yoke or bind. To yoke or bind describes yoga as this union of single-pointed concentration, shine, and special insight, that when you get to the not finding, okay? According to the traditions of those texts, a yogi or yogini is someone who possesses that yoga, that combination, the yoking of single-pointed concentration, applying my concentration to deepen the experience I'm having of emptiness. Special insight. Just want to mention couple more things. Okay. Just sit comfortably. And don't worry if you get lost in this. You just do your best. Just gives you some taste of one type of thing, okay? So just find that comfortable posture for the body. Just close your eyes, bringing the gaze inward. And allow your mind to settle on your breath, just allowing the mind to settle in the space. And I'd like you, with the alertness of a spy, slowly and carefully become aware of the I, sense of yourself. For instance, who or what is thinking right now, is feeling right now? How does it appear to you, this I? Is it a creation of your mind? Or is it something else that exists concretely, independently in its own right? Just explore that for a couple minutes. Another way you can also bring up the sense of yourself, this I, is recall a particularly angry moment you had recently, or fearful moment you had recently, or even a moment of great arrogance. See if you can recall one instance like that. And bring up that really strong sense you had of the I that appeared. you get that strong sense of yourself, I'd like you to hold it in a part of your mind and keep it there, like in a corner of your mind. Somebody attacks you, you have a fight with your partner, maybe it arises. Hold it there in a corner of your mind. So it feels very strong. We'd like to be able to understand how it exists, because this is the thing that dominates nearly our every moment as long as we experience fundamental ignorance. Gets us into all of our trouble. So let's try to find it so we can analyze it. We're going to try to locate it. So keep it there. You might need to bring it up again and again in a corner of your mind. Where is the I? We have a couple places to look. We've discussed the body and mind, and we've discussed outside or separate from the body and mind. Let's start with the body. Is the I in your head? In your eyes or your heart? Just check your stomach, your feet, hands. Carefully consider each part of your body, including the organs, blood vessels, nerves, skin. Can you find your I? For instance, you may think the brain is the I. We have to be very skillful here. We may think the brain is the I. It's in the brain. There's only one I. The brain has many parts. Cerebrum, cerebellum, medulla, gray matter. It has a left side, a right side, top, bottom. Which part is the I? Which part is the same as the I? Just to give you an example, can you find it in the brain? Or you can use as an example for other organs or other parts of your body. it might be very small and subtle. So consider the cells, the atoms, minute particles. If you do think that your eye is a part of the body, what would happen if that part were removed in an operation or damaged in an accident? What happens to the eye when your body ceases to function at death? Just take another minute or so exploring the body. When you have more time, you can spend as long as you like. But just take another minute, seeing if you can find the eye in the body. Perhaps you think your mind is the I. The mind is a constantly changing stream of thoughts, feelings, perceptions, other experiences coming and going in rapid succession. It's never the same from one moment to the next. Which of these experiences is the I? Is the I a loving thought that you have? Is it a depressed feeling? Is it the angry mind? Angry feeling? If you think that your I is one of these experiences, what happens to the I when that kind of experience is not present in your mind? So if your I is love, the loving feeling, and when your mind is filled with anger, does the I go somewhere else? Does it disappear altogether? Or maybe you have many I's. I have an angry I have a loving I, a frightened one, happy one. Can you find your I in the mind? If you can't find the I in your body or mind, could it be somewhere else? Is there an extra part of you other than your body and mind? Because we say my body, my mind. implying the existence of something else that owns these two. So what could it be? Where is it found? What kind of phenomenon is the I? Examine every possibility you could think of. Again, look at the way your I appears, how it feels to you. So after this search for the I, do you notice any change? Do you still believe it is as solid and real as you felt before? Does it still appear to exist independently in and of itself? So next, mentally disintegrate your body. Imagine all the atoms separating, floating apart. Billions and billions of minute particles scatter throughout space. Just let go. Imagine as if you can actually see this. Just relax and let go. And now disintegrate your mind. So just imagine, let every thought, feeling, sensation, and perception float away. And then check your feeling of I. Where is it? What is it? So do not make the mistake of thinking, my body is not the I, my mind is not the I, therefore I don't exist. That's nihilism. You do exist, but not in the way you instinctively feel, as something independent, inherent. Conventionally, yourself exists in dependence upon mind and body. And this combination is the basis to which conceptual thinking ascribes a name, I, self, Karen, David, Donna. This is the you that is sitting and meditating and wondering, do I exist? Whatever exists is necessarily dependent upon causes and conditions, parts, and names for its existence. So conventionally, things exist dependently, as a dependent arising, and understanding dependence, dependent arising, is the principal cause for understanding their ultimate nature, emptiness. The conventional nature of an object is its dependence upon other things, and its ultimate nature is its emptiness of inherent, independent existence. So think now about how your body exists conventionally. In dependence upon skin, blood, bones, arms and legs, organs, and so on. And in turn, each of these exists in dependence upon their parts, cells, atoms, subatomic particles. Just explore that for a moment. Think about your mind, how it exists in dependence upon thoughts, feelings, perceptions, sensations, and how in turn each of these exists in dependence upon the previous conscious experiences that gave rise to it. So go back to your feeling of self or I. Think about how you exist conventionally in dependence upon mind and body and name, the self's parts. When the body feels hungry or cold, for example, you think, I'm hungry. I am cold. When the mind has an idea about something, you say, I think. When you feel love for someone, you say, I love you. Apart from the sense of I that depends upon the ever-flowing, ever-changing streams of body and mind, is there an I that is solid, unchanging, and independent? The mere absence of such an inherently existing I is the emptiness of the self. For a moment, just bring up that strong sense of yourself again, if you can find it. Bring up that strong sense in the beginning. It's that I that does not exist at all. It's a complete hallucination, decorated by your ignorance. It's that I that does not exist at all. Yet you trust that. Please relax. Slowly open your eyes. And just in conclusion of also the meditation, our time, I know we're out of time, but before people have to leave, I'd like to dedicate any positive merit, any merit or positive energy we've created, because just thinking about emptiness, reflecting on it, meditating on it, very, very powerful, can create a lot of merit in your mind. So let's invest that right now in our being able to create some space in our practice to direct it towards understanding emptiness intellectually, really using it, applying it in our lives so that we can meditate on it more and more, to in a sense soak our minds in what's accurate, what's true. May it really help create a path for us to swift awakening, so we can be of the most benefit to all other beings. Questions, comments? Does it make sense a little bit, the meditation? Okay, and in your own practice, just to take it practically, okay? I mainly was reading this particular meditation to show you, like you take a section, take some time. It's as much time as you have. You stop and then you open your eyes, read another section. At least get a little used to that. Then you can go a little bit more deeply into the 4-part analysis. It's your own emptiness meditation. But this gives you basically, and then she brings in dependent arising, the king of reasonings. Things exist in dependence on other things. So she kind of has a nice thing here at all. But eventually you want to get to, if you get to the not finding, body and mind, she disintegrated. Okay? You step outside the body and mind. Is the I there? Eventually you might come to it, you can't find it. It's not there. It's not there. This thing I've trusted, signed up for, motors me through every moment, it's not there. Right? Then you take your shine on that. Hold it as long as you can on that. It's going to fade. You analyze again more quickly. Eventually you do this enough, you a little bit move more quickly through because you know it's not there. And stay. But you have to be totally convinced you cannot find it. That's what makes it stronger for you. You have to look thoroughly to convince yourself it's not there. Otherwise it's quite superficial. So we need to do this again and again and again. Understand? Communicate? Question?
I think it's the Avatamsaka Sutra that says if a person turns their mind to this holy Dharma just once, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions know, and they immediately come to your aid to help you. So don't think you're sitting there all by yourself. They've got your back.
Yeah, we're never sitting here by ourselves. Because you always have the guru in your heart, right? You get into, people ask me, are you lonely? You don't, you know? Usually not, like that. I do a lot of retreat at Laudo. You're all going to come on the pilgrimage, right? Okay? I'll have such a great time. It's so beautiful. You've never walked in scenery like that, I don't think. Many people maybe not, but I'm doing retreat, and I've gone up there sometimes for my birthday, over my birthday. Well, Sherpas don't have a big sense of birthday. They, you know, it's not quite like our thing, and some of them now celebrate, but at Lauda, I didn't tell anybody it was my birthday. What were they going to do? You know, send up an extra potato, you know? So people were like, you're there for your birthday? You know, what'd you do? And so I had a tsog, you know, you do this tsog sometimes here, maybe. It's like a party, a collection, you know, it's a part of my ritual anyway. And, you know, I just visualized my whole merit field, all my lamas, and it was a big party. I had party hats on them, and woo, you know. So I had a big party, had all these offerings, and, you know. One of my friends said, you know, about when you're a monastic, you're alone a lot, or you don't have a companion like that. So you can perfect the party of one, right? You learn how to be comfortable with yourself. And it's certainly nice to live with communities of monastics like that. But, and it's funny when we get so focused on birthdays in our culture, and people ask me, but the thing is, if I'm teaching on my birthday somewhere, or I'm with friends, I don't like to tell people it's my birthday. It feels really self-serving. Then they feel obligated to do something. And sometimes it's very inconvenient for them. So a couple people in my life that always celebrate, and they want to know what I'm doing, and I'm like, I've told you again and again, I'm alone. I'm doing my own thing, and I plan my own thing. And it's not that important anyway. My ordination day is more important to me. So, but it's funny how we get so self-absorbed and, you know, like that. But anyway, I do hope this, anybody kind of get a sense of the not finding? Question?
Yes. I feel very strongly that I keep finding the I in that part of me that can observe. Like there's a part of me which is aware of what I'm thinking or feeling that's kind of behind that. So I can understand how the I is not in those thoughts and feelings which keep changing, but there's a very powerful sense of a constant awareness behind that, and that seems very real. Like that's the I. Okay, that's great. Thank you. What's your name? Lee. Lee. So that's the nature of mind. That's your mind. And a lot of people have trouble finding that. So it's very nice to also meditate on the nature of mind, that space of awareness. So let's analyze the space of awareness. Is that the I? Okay. The space of awareness, and first of all, the mind itself is made up of clarity, a clear, spacious luminosity that knows things. If you want to take the awareness part, let's say moments of consciousness. Okay, they'll call them moments of mind. One moment causes the next, causes the next, causes the next. Which moment of mind is the I? Is it the present moment?
Present moment of awareness, is that the I? Even that present moment has a beginning, middle, and end. Is it the beginning of the present moment is the I, or is it the middle of the present moment's the I? There's only one I. So it's only got to be one of those. And is it the past moment that just passed? Is that the I? Or is it the next moment I'm going to think that's a result of this present moment? That's how you'd analyze that. And it can't be all the awareness because there's only one I. And that awareness is made up of many, many moments of mind with parts to them. Which one of them is identical to the I's, in the same nature as the I? If you want to take the aspect of the mind of clarity, because the mind has two qualities, the quality of clarity, which is like a spacious luminosity, the spacious luminosity has a left side and a right side and a top and a bottom and a middle, and which one of those is the I? Is it this side of the spacious luminosity? That side of the spacious luminosity? It's not really a physical thing, but it can exist like that. Which part of that spacious kind of clear light nature? So you'd analyze a little bit like that. That's usually where people get hooked, is there. But it's nice you have a feeling of this space of awareness, because that's different than emptiness meditation, because you're meditating on like an affirmative thing. And it's nice to do meditation on the nature of mind too. It's very blissful, can be. But just check that, keep checking. Keep thinking about that a little bit. I know it's hard. This is hard. This is very profound. It takes time. Slowly, okay? But not too slowly, as my lamas used to say.
Thank you.
But thank you.
Thank you.
And go find other teachers. They'll explain it differently. It's good to get different perspectives. There's a lot of things online. Read other books. I only suggested the one book. There's many, many books. Here, thank you, somebody brought out Echoes of Voidness. Thank you. Guess you wrapped him. About the Heart Sutra. But this has another perspective. Very nice. This has 3 different types of texts in here. And then the other thing I noticed, you can't understand emptiness. You have no interest in picking up a book on emptiness. Okay, that happened for me for a while. I couldn't understand anything. So you need to do some practices to sharpen your wisdom. Manjushri, Buddha of Infinite Wisdom. Do we have him here?
No.
No. He has a sword. He holds a sword in one hand because he cuts delusion. Okay? It's about sharpening your wisdom. I do a prayer every day. It's a little page, and I recite a mala of his mantra. One Lama who gave us this initiation years ago, people said, I don't want to do the mantra, and another commitment. Another daily commitment. And he said, okay. So if you don't want wisdom, don't do the mantra. You want wisdom? Do the mantra. It's up to you. It's your mind. Okay? You could read the Heart Sutra every day. You could do purification practices like Vajrasattva. That clears away obstacles. And then there's a Lama Tsongkhapa practice where you get different wisdoms through the visualization. Does anybody do that practice? Know that practice in here? That's all? You don't know that practice? Little bit? Lama Tsongkhapa Guru Yoga, right? Okay? Well, in the mantra, it's a 5-line mantra. It's a request to Lama Tsongkhapa. Right? Okay. You do this practice, right? You request, and you can ask for yourself what you want. Okay? But when you do the visualization, the light coming down, the simple one is you're just purifying all the negativities, they wash out like Vajrasattva. Okay? But there's another one of all the different wisdoms that come. Okay? Do that practice with the different wisdoms. You visualize Manjushris coming down through the crown of your head. Okay? That gives you great wisdom. Then you visualize Manjushri's mantras, infinite, coming down through the crown of your head with some more mantras. Okay? That gives you, I think, profound wisdom. Then you visualize his seed syllable D. That comes down, infinite D's coming down through you. Right? That gives you quick wisdom. And then texts and swords, those are his implements. He's got texts and swords on the side. And that gives you profound wisdom. So there are different wisdoms. You want to build wisdom? That's a way to do it, if you have faith in it. But for me, it worked. I'm not any genius, believe me, it's not. I don't have any wisdom, okay? But I was doing it, and then I could pick up a book and I would understand it. How is it possible? Change your mind. It's your mind. You can fix your mind. It's possible. Any other questions, comments? I don't know, she's back there. Okay, all right. Anyway, I really hope this was helpful, and I'm sorry because we could go on for another 3 days. You know, I wish we had more time, but I hope it gives you some introduction, and those of you that have had this before, we can't hear it enough. You get a different perspective. Get a different perspective. I'm sorry I may have missed a few things or slightly, but okay, but just, you know, analyze your car, look at the pen, look at your, notice, it's very useful. You get, the next time you get agitated, just see if you can kind of, there's the eye. There it is. You know, what do you want to do with it then? How do you want to dance with it? Right? That thing, it doesn't exist. That concrete thing doesn't exist. But you exist. Take care of yourselves. But please, so I really hope it's been helpful. Anyway, thank you so much for coming. I so enjoyed all of your very, very dedicated people here. I really appreciate your using this center. And I would like to dedicate from the Gold Prayer Book a little bit more dedications, because it's been very great what we've been doing. I also have some Mani pills for you if you're interested, fresh from His Holiness the Dalai Lama. If you'd like, they are herbal pills. They do not interfere with other medicines. And you can take a few, I'll put them in your hand. You just put 1 or 2 or 3 under your tongue, let them dissolve, and you think that you got them from the King of Kindness, like that. And I just want to, I'll read this at the end. Great. So if you like, you can come up and get like that. So let's turn to page 235. And I just want to read these 3 verses, standard dedication prayers. Take all the wonderful energy we've created. And is everybody doing okay? Is there anything left out there you're like, I didn't hear about this, I need to hear about this? And I would say also, many of you have a practice, great. Some of you are trying to get it together, great. And one of the things, just talking with somebody quickly at the break, is you want to change up your practice maybe, that's okay. So are you doing Vajrasattva every night? That's a fantastic practice. I would highly recommend you do every evening. I wouldn't miss it. Learn how to do it. There's a little yellow pocket book you can get for free. They have them out here from the Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archive. Then there's no excuses. But learn the long mantra as well. Learn the long mantra. It doesn't take that long. Say it out loud. When you want to memorize something, say it out loud. Learn the mantra. Stuff happens during the day, you mess up. You have your Vajrasattva practice. Unbelievably powerful for you to do every night. Lama Zopa Rinpoche says once you know it, you're crazy not to do it. It's up to you, okay? In the morning, I love to do prostrations to the 35 Confession Buddhas. Okay? You don't want to do prostrations? Sit down like this, visualize them out there, recite it. Reciting the names of those Buddhas out loud, incredibly purifying for your mind. You have no idea. You can look at one of the how to do prostration booklet and read about what you're purifying with the names of the Buddhas. You want to get some exercise? Do prostrations. Like that. It can be practical. There's bookends around your day, let alone a motivation and a dedication. You're not sure how to dedicate at night, what to do, what do I do? The King of Prayers. King of Prayers. It's in this book. It's on page 249. It's a longer prayer, but you can recite things more quickly. You can do it in 10 minutes. That's a great dedication for you. Leaves a great imprint in your mind. Prayer of Samantabhadra, it's called. Samantabhadra was an offering wizard. So he lit a tea light, and it was infinite tea lights. We want to be like him? Recite the prayer. Like that. So verse 3 on page 235, where it says, just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too, that's an abbreviated version of the King of Prayers. Okay? So you've got a few ideas like that. And then I would try some Shine meditation as much as you can get to it. A lot of people love it in the morning. Mine's a little calmer, quieter. Motivation, you come up, you sit, you set up a little altar if you like. If not, you light a candle. Make sure the altar's clean like that. Little bit of, maybe a little preliminary prayer. Get your posture set, good motivation, little concentration. Maybe do a few, maybe 3 5-minute segments you could try. Build a little bit like that, and then maybe read a Lam Rim prayer and do a little meditation on the Lam Rim. If you don't know how to do that, get some instruction. Very, very powerful to have a little bit of Lam Rim every day. 15, 20 minutes, little bit, consider. Go through the topics. Learn the Lam Rim till you know the topics really well. It's a great little, have a little competition with your buddy here, some friend. It's a way, you know, it's how Americans are. We need to have a goal. We need to have accomplished something. That's okay. So make a little game with your Dharma practice. You do it with other stuff, right? Okay. Let's read these. Is that helpful? A little bit slowly. You can do this. You can, to quote His Holiness Ling Rinpoche, you can do. Okay? So he's now 30 years old. This is a great Lama. Okay? He was a senior tutor to His Holiness the Dalai Lama in his last life. He's monastic, whatever. He's coming to the United States this year. He's supposed to teach Labor Day weekend at Kurukula Center in Boston, our Boston Center. It's going to be in New York and Toronto, but maybe more for Tibetan communities. But I think he's going to teach Labor Day weekend. If you're at all interested in seeing him, have a little holiday to Boston, Labor Day weekend, if you have a chance. He's unbelievable, right? Big personality, great being on the planet for us. Speaks perfect English. He's going to be a big teacher for us in the future, right? Very exciting. Ogewadi nyoru dad lama sange drugyorne drowa chikyang maluba Dei sala parjog janju senjo rimboje ma ke panam ge gyurchig ke wanyam pa me pa yong gone gondu belwarjog. Let's read in English. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realize things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way, that I may follow their perfect example. And just if we can quickly do the long life prayers on page 244. In the land, so you don't do that first. You hold with this. Yeah, you hold with that and then we'll pass. Yeah, and then that's the last thing you do. Yeah, absolutely. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good, all-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you so much. And I want to thank Kadampa Center and Robbie and Don and Donna and all of the precious nuns. Thank you so much. And to David and Karen and Bob and Peter and all the people that help support me and the delicious cooks. Thank you really so much for all of your care for this center and all the care for me. Thank you very much. And to Jill and all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Turn to page 100. In the Gold Book, page 100. Saji Berki Shujime Tok Tram
Nidegen Padi Sangye Jindu Nidhe Uwa Idroku Namdak Jila Jupasho Jetsun Lame Kutseraptem Chinam Kajinle Shochu Gepadam Lozan Dempe Derme Sasum. Oh wait, I'll give you some of these.
Idam Guru Ratamadalakam
Yummy. So sorry if you missed the pills. You can come up. The Mani pills. You can get these in Dharamsala. Thank you very much. Ture soha,
Om Tare Tu
Tare Ture soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha. Wait, I have the picture for Alex. Wait. Hang on, right here, right here.
Om Tare
Tu Tare Ture soha, Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha.
Om Tare Tu Tare
Ture soha. Thank you.
Om Tare Tu
Tare Ture soha. Thank you, my dear.
Om Tare Tu Tare
I'll give you more for the
Ture
family.
soha.
Tu Tare Ture soha. Om Tare Tu
Tare Ture
soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha.
Om Tare Tu Tare
Ture soha. Om Tare Tu
Tare Ture
soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha.
Om Tare
Tu Tare Ture soha.
Om Tare
Tu Tare Ture soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha. Om Tare Tu
Tare Ture soha.
Wait, I have, wait. I have something for you.
Soha.
Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha.
Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture
soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha.
Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha.
So maybe we could talk then if you need some other fine tuning. Soha.
Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha.
Om Tare Tu Tare Tu. Nice hair. Thank you. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture
soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture soha. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re 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 Soha. Come on out.
So, that's all, folks. I'm sorry. Thank you once again. It's lovely to meet you, and I hope we stay in touch. And thank you for coming to Kadampa Center, making a beautiful center here. Thank you very much. So feel free to just